Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. It always makes me a little nervous when I yawn right before I turn the microphone on. Hoping that's not a harbinger of things to come. I clear my throat. Hey, good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Let's see what we can do, shall we? Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
His friends call him Bam Bam. His enemies call him...
Pretty much just my mom calls me that.
What do your friends call you?
Bill.
Oh, Bill.
Squire.
Oh. They don't have a little pet name for you?
No,
Sure.
not really.
Hey, Mary
Sweet baby boy.
Sweet baby boy. Mary Santora is there in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
What do your friends call you, Mary Lynn?
Mare?
Mare?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What's your middle name, Louise?
Yeah.
Nobody calls you Wheezy?
No.
Ah. Never ever.
That's the name of my friend's dog.
Wheezy.
Yeah.
But is that Wheezy? Does it have difficulty
No.
breathing, or that, okay.
Weezy.
Big fans of the Jeffersons, maybe, or they just like the name?
No idea.
All right. Never asked.
No. Do you ask about people's pet names?
I do. Anytime somebody tells me what they name their pet, I say, let's have a seat, because I'd like to get to the bottom of this. Mm-hmm. Is it possible that I ask too many questions? Because
Yes.
a lot of time, that was a rhetorical question, Mary.
Oh.
That was
Yes.
another question, but rhetorical. I'll ask people, I'll say, how did you arrive at that? And then they'll stare at me and they go, I don't know, dude. Can I just check out here at the grocery store? Oh, yeah, sure, okay. Because, dog culture, I say dog because that's mostly what I see. I don't think people are walking their cats around on leashes and things. It's mostly dogs. But boy, dogs in public culture has really skyrocketed. And I don't know if that was an attempt to bring people back into the retail space after COVID or what. But boy, you can't. There were always places that were pet friendly. But it seems like there's more and more places where even if it doesn't seem to be an official thing, they kind of look the other way. Maybe it's because of the rise in, which I'm sure is partly due to COVID, but the rise in emotional support animals. But there's a lot of places now where people are just walking around with their dog. And you're like, okay, I love dogs, right? They don't bother me, I don't bother them. But it is weird, there's places that'll have like dog brunch or whatever, and the dog's nestled under the table while you're eating, and people can have arguments about whether or not pets in a restaurant are a good thing or not. But I mean, you're walking through like Target, and there's a guy there, you come around the corner, and there's a guy with like just a good boy sitting there while this guy's trying to figure out, he's really... you can smell the wood burning. This guy's standing there trying to figure out what color Post-it notes best represent his personality.
It's a big decision.
It's amazing the lengths to which people will go to make decisions on the most irrelevant, mundane things, but really big things, who knows? They don't seem to put as much time in there. But, it's a world of choices. And this guy that I'm conjuring in my mind right now is really, really agonizing over the color of Post-its. I go for yellow. I'm an OG guy. You give me that that yellow Post-it, classic canary, and I'm there. But this guy was standing there, literally, because I was getting a new thing of pens, and there was a guy in the aisle. He's literally standing there, thumb and forefinger stroking his chin, and trying to figure out, standing there in front of what is not a wide array of colors, but more than one. So fundamentally, there's a choice there to make. But when you think of Post-it notes, what colors do you think? Think of yellow. What else is there?
Green, pink,
There's green,
orange.
there's pink. You're getting all of them. Yeah.
They're all like the neon colors.
You're getting all of them. And I was, for a second, pretending to linger on my pen choice. I knew exactly what pen I wanted. I could make a beeline, go get it, and I'm out. But I was curious which way this guy was going to go. But I would have had to have lingered so long that it would have been really obvious what was happening. And I didn't want to, I didn't want to shadow the guy or anything. But the dog sitting there the whole time. Now, if that had been my dog, she would have been straining at the leash, trying to get me out of that goddamn aisle. But this dog just sat there. So probably maybe used to this guy taking a long time on really, really mundane choices. I don't know. Alan, I was at Harbor Freight, and somebody had a donkey in there.
Emotional support donkey.
Maybe they had to have
Harbor Freight feels like a place you're going to see a donkey. You go to Farm and Fleet, you go to Harbor Freight, you go to Trucking Company, those places. I find myself in those places a lot. I've never seen a donkey, but I would, I don't know.
Maybe they needed to have the donkey there so they could load up its back and see how much it could carry.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
This is a beast of burden in your mind. They're like, hey.
Isn't that what they've been used for?
They certainly have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it an Amish person using it, maybe?
They didn't say. Didn't say. Alan, my neighbor, named their new dog Obama. And listening to him yell at the dog is the most troubling and funny thing ever. Well, listen.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah. Hey, could you bring me my slippers and the morning paper? And
that's just how white folks will do you.
That's right, Mr. President. If you'd like to join us, we'd love to have you. Well, I say that not knowing you, but benefit of the doubt. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can easily send me a text. That number is 35192. If you want to watch the show, our live stream, find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. You can do it there. You can drop messages if you listen on the iHeartRadio app, which is always very frustrating to use, but we appreciate your dedication to it. And we'll take a break. Comedian Phil Hanley is back on the show today. I always like catching up with him. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities, so we'll catch up with him a little bit later on, and we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
The Disney Plus Blockbuster offer. For a limited time, get 3 months of Disney Plus for just $1.99 a month.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, make some noise!
You can now watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu, beginning October 7th.
All right, you guys are out for a party, I can tell.
You'll see the
you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, how are we looking today on the live stream? I haven't gotten a good... There's me.
You look good.
Where's Billy? There's Billy. Where's Mary Lynn? Who loves... Oh, she's all right. She's got her show face on. I don't hear her, but she's...
I think she's on the phone or something.
Oh, yeah? All right, well, there she is. You got your show face
Hi.
on? Hi.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's Brian's birthday today. So he was on his break at work and FaceTime me. So happy birthday, Brian.
It's my ex-wife's birthday today.
Oh.
Yeah. I texted her. I always do. I'm like, I don't want to be a dick, you know. It's her birthday. Well, we have children.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't. But we don't really converse that much anymore. When the kids were younger, all the time.
Yeah.
But we don't really have to talk anymore.
It's a polite thing to do.
Well, I mean, it's whatever, you know. I mean, it's her birthday, and it's in my calendar, and she's older than me, so I go, hey, how about this?
You old bitch.
Not even that. No, listen, that's all such ancient history, you know.
Yeah.
That I feel like it's the nice thing to do.
Yeah.
And I'm not always, you know, I'm not always consistently considerate. But there it is. Okay, so collectively we can say that we all look all right today.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Is that what you were saying?
Well, yeah, I said the sweeper I play on the way back is a little goof on how, you know, people can watch us, but we can't see them. And I was like, how do we look today? And I'm a little slovenly today, but Bill looks all right, and you look like you have your show face on.
I do.
Yeah.
I have 2 shows tonight. I'm at West Side Comedy Club at 7, and then...
West Side. Oh, it's Jim 2's birthday today, too.
Oh, geez.
That's a good birthday. That's a good
September
birthday
26th.
guy. Oh, and my friend Eric.
2. Why do you say it like that? Your friend Eric? You seem sheepish about your friend Eric.
I forgot it was his birthday.
Well,
Man, there's some Mike Head's birthdays today?
Oh, my goodness.
September, this
Adam
time
Richard?
of September is like the most popular.
Yeah,
Adam
there's
Richard.
so many birthdays.
September 26th, 2024. All right. Well, there's all that. We've got them all covered. Your Cleveland Guardians do it again last night against the Reds. I heard Stansbury talking about they ruined a perfect game for these guys, or what do they do?
Okay, so it was like a collective perfect game. So they, you know, it wasn't the first pitcher like pitching a whole perfect game.
I certainly didn't think so.
Yeah, it was like
I would have seen that.
There was bullpen pitchers in there, so like I don't even care about that.
Mm-hmm.
And baseball people they bunted. They're trying to play baseball.
Right.
Yeah, like I don't.
Oh yeah, I don't think
the
he was.
Unwritten rules of baseball are some of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire life because it's within the rules of the game.
Right.
So you're like, oh, if someone's pitching a perfect game, you don't bunt. It's like if you're trying to win the game, you bunt sometimes.
I don't think he was being a purist about it, but that was all that I had heard mentioned about that. But Guardians 5-2 over the Reds. They beat them in the 2 times that they played them this week, and a win is a win is a win. I don't understand that either when they're like, you know, it feels so old-timey, like all the people in the stands should still be in suits or something, or they're like, well, there's gentlemanly ways to, like, what?
Yeah.
These are millionaires who are playing, okay? It's not, you know, it's not 1905 anymore. You're trying to win. Now, again, this late in the season, it might be inconsequential. We touched on this yesterday.
It's inconsequential,
You're
but
trying
you
to get
still,
that first seed, you said. You're trying to win ball games.
Yeah. I mean, the Guardians were trying to win, and the Reds have nothing to really play for, but you still go out there and you go, I'm going to try and score. I'm going to try and, you know, they're competitive.
You know what I would tell these guys?
Lay it down.
You know what I would tell these guys?
What?
If I had their collective ears?
What's that?
I would say, guys, let's just have fun. Let's get out. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. It's how you play. You writing this down, Mary? It's how you play the game. Let's get out there and have fun. You're getting paid millions of dollars to play a children's game. Let's just have fun. Anyway, Guardians are off tonight. They'll get back to it tomorrow night. Final 3 games of the regular season before they get into October ball. Tomorrow night, last 3 games against the Astros. 7:10 is the first pitch. Tomorrow is Friday. Keep reminding myself all day long. I've been a day ahead. Today is Thursday. Tomorrow will be Friday. And then...
Are we on? No, we're off next week.
We are off next Thursday and Friday. The first game of the postseason with the Guardians, first two games will be here at Progressive Field, Saturday and Monday. We don't know, obviously, who they'll be playing. Game 3 will be next Wednesday, the 9th, and then they'll go from there. That's how that schedule is laying out. They are auctioning Shohei Ohtani's ball. I believe that is today, the ball that put him in the 50-50 club. They say it could go for millions of dollars. About 25 years ago, somebody paid $3 million for a Mark McGwire ball when he hit his 70th home run. And at the time, that was a record sale, $3 million.
Wasn't it the dude, the Spawn guy?
Todd McFarlane.
Yeah, Todd McFarlane.
I believe you're right. Yep.
Yeah.
And so they are going
I was
to
say
be
Seth, and I'm like, that's the wrong McFarlane.
Oh, yeah. Well, they both have a lot of money, so that $3 million would be a rounding error probably with their accountants. But so, yeah, he is the only Major League Baseball player in that 50-50 club, which, as we established, is soda-related, Bill. 50 home runs, 50 stolen bases. Pardon me.
I like 50-50, dude.
No, the joke. He doesn't like the joke.
It's the joke. It's not about the pop. It's about the joke.
Nothing to do with the beverage.
Yeah.
But try finding 50-50, Mary.
No, that was like my grandpa drank 50-50.
I know. That's why my grandpa drank Squirt. And that began my lifelong love of Squirt.
In any form.
In any capacity whatsoever. If it's the pop, all the better. A little bit twinge of grapefruit there. Anyway, Shohei Ohtani's ball. The opening bid is $500,000. But obviously, they probably, if you go to that website, there's probably a buy it now button. And you can just scoop it up for, I'm sure, what will be more than $3 million. Of course, it was a game ball, right? So it's got some scuffs on it, so they know that it hasn't been swapped out or anything. The last day of the auction will be October the 9th. So you'll have a little under 2 weeks. If you are somebody who's got millions of dollars burning a hole in your pocket and you're a baseball aficionado, this might be worth you looking into. The Golden Auction House is based there in Jersey, and they're going to start taking bids. So the last day of the auction is October 9th. Auctions at that level will do something called extended bidding. So like a week beyond that, they'll have, but obviously this is a one-of-a-kind ball. Now, there was a little bit of controversy with the guy who got the ball. The dude who stripped it from the hands of a kid who was back there. And that kid is suing, by the way. Now, I don't know.
This should be no problem. Open and shut case.
I don't know what you're suing for. I mean, it really would suck to be in that situation and have some dude just rip it out of your hands, but it's a scrum because dudes know this is a multi-million-dollar ball.
Yeah.
And they don't care that some kid had it first.
Well, then maybe not multi-million, but like multi-thousand, 100,000, 500, 600, right?
For this ball?
Yeah, then they say, well, it's starting at 500,000. But
well, the opening bid, but I mean, I'm sure it'll be.
No, I don't think it'll get up to. Maybe
you don't think so?
Maybe $1 million, but not a multi-million.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh. You don't think this is a bigger deal than Mark McGwire's 70th home run?
I think it is, but I just don't think it's going to get that high.
Okay.
Because also, this is the ball where he sets the record, but it's also, he's still playing, so there's still going to be, like, the final ball, like, the final home run of the season, I think is going to be the bigger one.
You mean when he breaks his own record?
And he's already broken it 3 times since then.
Oh, okay, he's gotten 3 more home runs.
Yeah, he's, like, got 53 home runs right now. So.
But if you break your own record, I mean, is it, well, anyway, I guess they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But that we showed you the video the day that it happened, day after it happened, and they were, it goes right out into the club seats, I think, or they were in a suite or something. And so already people who were having a good time at the ball game, right? They're not up there in the bleachers. And this kid seemed to have it, and then it was stripped away. And that kid, I call him kid, he's 18. He's a legal man. He's filed a lawsuit against the older guy who stripped that ball away. He's suing to prevent the auction from taking place because he believes that the ball was stolen from him. Now, to your point, good luck with all that. It's more a case of sour grapes than anything else. but he has filed in Dade County, Florida. And, I can't imagine this is anything that's going to be at the top of the docket anytime soon, even though the auction is ready to start. But the kid says that he was able to firmly grab the ball in his left hand. And, possession is 9/10 of the law. And this is a kid named Max Matus, 18 years old. And so he's hoping to get some satisfaction out of this. Because the dude who got the ball, split. You catch a ball like that, and people there in the park or the organization immediately try to buy it from you. And people go, nope, I'm going to get the hell out of here. And so I'm sure these guys will have all kinds of video exhibits, A and B, to show clearly. And again, it's just going to be off of somebody's phone. But, if it's not going to fetch, let's say it fetches $1 million. Now, this kid's not out anything. He didn't have $1 million before. And he didn't have the ball before he had it. And then seconds later,
but if he had it in
he
his
didn't
hand,
have it again.
Yeah, but if he had it in his hand,
yeah.
The guy did steal it from him.
He claims that the guy who got it wrapped his legs around this kid's arm and then used his hands to wrangle the ball out of the kid's hands.
Punch him.
There's actually audio of people cheering him on, telling him how to hold on to this ball. I just sent it to you, Alan.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Find this here. Oh, is this breaking news on the...
Firmly grasp it in your hand. Firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it. That ought to do it.
Oh, poor Squiddy. It never goes well for him. All right, so along those lines, very similar to that, firmly grasp it in your hand. But that kid I don't know what he's hoping to get out of it. I mean, it's going to cost you money to file a lawsuit.
But if
right?
he gets the ball, if the
but
judge
he's not going to get the ball.
Right, but if he gets the ball, then he gets a lot of money. So
he ain't going to get it.
We'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
Leave it up to the courts.
Yeah. Those awesome courts.
Down there in Florida.
No, just all over the world, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the courts in Missouri, real cool place there.
Mm-hmm. What are they doing?
Putting people to death.
They killed somebody.
Oh, the innocent guy.
Yeah.
Was that in Missouri? I was thinking it was Tennessee or something.
I thought it was Missouri.
Oh, okay. Right, the prosecutor said we might have information that could be exculpatory.
Like both sides, hey, looks like this guy probably didn't do it, and the Supreme Court's like, put him to death anyway.
So why did I saw those headlines? I didn't really dig into it. Why this was Oklahoma, I believe.
No,
is this the guy you're talking about? Oh no, this is another guy. This country puts so many people to death that it's hard to keep up with what.
It was Marcellus Williams.
Okay. The guy from Pulp Fiction.
No, it's Marcellus Wallace.
Ah.
Despite prosecutors believing he's innocent.
Yeah.
I see. Well,
they're asking for a stay. Like they're like, hey, we are requesting that this man is not put to death.
Yep. Everybody involved.
Yeah.
To commute his but they weren't saying he was innocent. They were saying that they wanted him to get life in prison, not executed.
Well,
the calls were to put him on to commute his execution to life in prison, not that he was innocent. He was convicted of the crime. Were they saying we now have information?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. From what I understand, there was enough evidence that would exonerate him, and so he should not have been put to death.
He was found guilty despite the fact that his DNA didn't match evidence recovered from the crime scene.
That's what they're saying, that it was, oh my God, I just read it. Hold on. Contamination of a murder weapon prior to trial and bias in the jury selection.
I see. Yeah, I mean, smaller cases than a capital murder case have been changed because of technicalities, People have been frustrated by those things for a long, long time. I mean, ever since the introduction of DNA into the criminal justice process. Yeah, I know. I saw those headlines, but I really didn't dig too much into it. Well, that's Missouri. I'll tell you what. If you are a pregnant woman They'll certainly let you die before anything happens to save your life. But they love putting people to death. A lot of states do. They're going to put a dude to death in Nebraska somewhere. He's going to be like the second dude that they put to death with nitrogen.
Like
nitrogen gas is how they're going to.
Gas?
Huh?
Isn't nitrogen laughing gas?
No, that's nitrous oxide.
Right.
Yeah. Nitrogen gas in Alabama. Again, we've talked about this. A lot of states, there's such a dearth of access to like these lethal injection drugs, they've had to get creative. We are nothing if not creative when it comes to ways to kill people in this country, capital punishment. If only we could harness that creativity in other ways. This guy's been on death row for 25 years. Workplace shooting. This guy went into an office and killed 3 people. And a lot of times when they get creative, the arguments are that it amounts to cruel and unusual punishment. They're like, it's too much to have these people thrashing around or using methods that are largely untested, but that a lot of times falls on deaf ears. So this guy is going to be the second guy there in the state of Alabama to be executed with nitrogen gas. And they said inhaling 100% nitrogen gas is nothing short of state-sanctioned torture. But again, a lot of this
Does it
stuff...
make you, like, choke?
Hypoxia, along those lines. But it really does. People have a hard time drumming up sympathy for people who, murdered other people, I guess. So it just comes down to where people are on capital punishment in general, I suppose. Hey, I know what'll make you feel good.
Okay.
Brian.
Yeah.
Right? Some Name That Tune with Brian.
Let's do it.
I got about a dozen voicemails from Brian this morning between 6:15 and 6:45. He was on fire.
I was driving around with my buddy today. He's in town to do some comedy, and we were just listening to like classic rock songs because that's the kind of dude he is. And every time a song that Brian plays, I go, "Oh, it's a Brian song." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "It's a thing."
Yeah, what are you, Dirty Laundry?
Yeah, Dirty Laundry is the exact one.
Yeah.
Brian.
No, that's not the one. I got so many of them here. Where's Best of Brian?
Yeah.
It's...
Dirty Laundry was the one that came on.
I make my living on the evening news.
Now, the one he left me this morning is from another Eagle.
Oh, all right.
Yep.
Your heart keeps saying it's just not fair, but still you gotta make up your mind.
Oh, Glenn Frey, the late, great Glenn Frey. What a great song. Remember this song?
No.
Marywood, 1982, 3, I think. This is like a top 5 song for Glenn Frey. His first solo album after leaving the Eagles was, maybe they were still together. I don't know. His first solo album. He was keeping that sweaty sax alive, boy, in the 80s. Glenn Frey with, You Belong to the City and The One You Love. And
Sweaty Sax was strong.
Fantastic. Yep. What a great song. Love it. Thank you, Brian, for reminding me of this song. Glenn Frey's first solo album was called No Fun Allowed. ALOUD.
Did somebody cover this song?
Probably. It's a great song. I don't know. But thank you, Brian. He left me. And again, when he leaves me a ton of messages, I do go through them because some of them are just nonsense and some of them are fun and some of them are
What's this one called?
Making The One You Love, I think, is the name of that song. It was on Glenn Frey's first solo album. Of course, Glenn Frey has he's been dead for a few years now, but he was awesome. Love the Eagles, love Glenn Frey. He would do some acting, he'd show up in movies. He was in Miami Vice back in the day. I think he was in, what was he in where he played was he in Any Given Sunday? He's like the owner of the team or something. He would show up in movies, and you go, "Hey, it's Glenn Frey." But he's been dead for a few years now. 2016, he died. Pride of Detroit, Michigan. So thank you, Brian. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text for anything, 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, You can always easily send us messages there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
The Disney Plus Blockbuster offer. For a limited time, get 3 months of Disney Plus for just $1.99 a month.
The list of failed quarterbacks in Cleveland is long and growing. Well, this Sunday at the Cox Out pregame party from 3:30 to 5:30 at Lakewood Truck Park. You can add your name to that list when you try and toss your way.
Here's the throw.
To represent the Buzzard in Vegas at the Bud Light
I gain flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Stop you!
Wow! Give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Sepultura? They are on their farewell tour, North American farewell tour called Celebrating Life Through Death. They're calling it a career. WMMS and 2 Hours to Midnight, our metal show, presents Sepultura with special guest Obituary, Agnostic Front from New York City. And Claustrophobia, great band. We're playing them this Saturday night, fellow Brazilian thrashers. All of it's going down at the world-famous Agora. A few nights from now, Tuesday, October the 8th, is when the show is going to happen. Last time for Sepultura in Cleveland, Ohio. You can be there, be caller 10, and this pair of tickets is yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Let's not pretend any of this makes sense.
I don't understand any of this.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Boy, this thing blew up. Have you seen this on YouTube?
They're eating the cats.
No. I think I've heard it on TikTok, but I don't think it's...
This artist is a guy from South Africa who put this song together, a little reggae riff on a guy named David Scott. He got about 9 million views in about a week, and he is donating all the streaming revenue to the Clark County ASPCA right there in Springfield, Ohio. So that thing really, really blew up. A little taste of it there. He said that he does a lot of feel-good songs, traditionally about pets and children, because he said those are two things that tend to unite people. But obviously the Trump thing, because that's raw meat for a lot of people, blew right up. People of Springfield, please don't eat my cat. I kind of removed the singing part of him because I like the music part more. But David Scott, he goes by the Kiffness, which that's probably some South African slang or something like that. I don't know. But he tours, and he premiered the song at one of his concerts in Paris. Imagine you go see this guy. Like, I've never heard of this guy before. But you're somebody in France who has heard of this guy and is a big fan, and you go see him. And premieres that one right there. So anyway, stream it, and the money that he gets, you'll contribute to the Springfield, Ohio, Clark County ASPCA. Maybe it'll be on jukeboxes or something. I was reading a thing about a guy who got these people that get killed because somebody else didn't like their pick on the jukebox. Have you ever stood in front of a jukebox? Because now you don't have to stand there feeding, bills into it. You can do it on an app. Have you ever stood in a crowded bar and you're getting ready to take control of the jukebox? Because now you can just
go on the app now.
You go on the app, but also you can do play next.
Mm-hmm.
Used to be you had to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go in the order in which they're in. Now you pay them a couple extra tokens or whatever, and plays next. Or it's supposed to. That's burned me on more than a few occasions.
Well, somebody else did a play next before you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of overlap, obviously, but you have to stand there and you go, okay, I'm going to play something I want to hear, but I'm not trying to troll people with a jukebox either. That is one thing.
I want to get people going. I want people
to
jam into it.
But also, I always
hero.
think of it in like venue appropriate terms.
Mm-hmm.
Something that's going to, you look at the people who are there and want them to have some fun.
Yeah.
I'm not a prank guy in general. I find it mildly annoying, and there are people way better at it than I am. But I don't like the jukebox trolling, where like you're not even in the establishment, and we've all probably seen videos to this effect. but you're nearby and you'll get on theoretically it's funny, but it would piss me off if I were there and somebody's playing a song over and over and over again and they're not even there. They just go on the thing and play, they're playing Hot Nuts over and over and over again, right? And you're sitting there and you go, oh, this is kind of funny. And then you hear it. It's like that Mulaney bit where they were at the Salt and Pepper Diner in Chicago and they were playing Tom Jones over and over and over again. Well, some people get really, really pissed off at this kind of stuff. And there were a couple of dudes at a Mexican restaurant in Fort Lauderdale. I don't think that they were friends, but they became enemies very, very quickly. And the one guy just shot and killed the other guy right there in front of the jukebox because he didn't like the song. Fort Lauderdale. 1:30 in the morning. Now, you got to take into extra account the time of day because people have probably been partying. The reason that you are in a Mexican restaurant or any restaurant at 1:30 in the morning is because you really got to eat something because you've probably been drinking all night. Now, I'm wildly speculating there. I don't know. But this argument began in the restaurant at 1:30 a.m. in Fort Lauderdale. There were two guys who got into an argument because one of them played a song on the jukebox and the other guy was pissed off. He said, "You're not a real Mexican," two Latino guys. He goes, "You're not a real Mexican if you play that effing song." These are witnesses recounting what happened. "You're not a real Mexican." The other thing makes me mad. They never tell you the song. I always want to know the song.
They could be saving people's lives if they tell people the song.
Right. I don't know why they think that's the pertinent information to not put in there. Hey, FYI, there's a guy out there who's strapped, and witnesses were like, the guy got pissed off and immediately pulled his gun out. And the other guy fired back. So they're just popping off at each other. But the one guy died. They're at the jukebox. No word as to whether or not they propped him up. Right, Mary? So one guy's chasing the other guy around the restaurant, and they're shooting at each other, and the one guy ends up dead. But for them to leave out the song is it's journalistic malpractice, if you ask me. Argument occurred inside the restaurant about the music that was coming from the jukebox. The victim is 54-year-old Socorro Camacho. And they don't have the shooter. They're going through security footage because the guy split. So they're trying to find this guy. But when you are, again, I operate as though everybody is armed now. So you kind of, if you're a jukebox aficionado, if you're somebody who really considers yourself, like Bill said, you fancy yourself a jukebox hero, boy. Mm-hmm. You got to make sure.
Someone should write a song called Jukebox Hero.
That's pretty good. Yeah. What would it be about?
You tell me.
Well, the live versions, they always milk it before they get into it.
They know what they got. You know?
I know, they do. 1983. That Lou Graham boy, he could really belt it out. I'm hearing that he is going to show up at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. Foreigner getting in a couple of weeks. October 19th is that Rock Hall induction for this class, and they've started to trickle out the names of the people who are going to be there, because it's not just obviously the people getting inducted, it's the guests and the inductors and other people performing. It's going to stream live on Disney Plus. They do it. It's in Cleveland, obviously, this year. So it's over at the Romo Fijo. It was at Public Hall for many years. First couple of years I went was at Public Hall, and it's here every 3 years. And last time I was here, it was at Romo Fijo, obviously, when they moved it. because it's a big, big production over there. HBO did it, and now, because these companies are all owned by, it's Disney and Hulu and ABC and blah, blah, blah. But it'll be live the night of, 7 Eastern on Disney+. And then ABC chops it up, and they give you kind of a more condensed version. Sammy Hagar will be there. He is going to be inducting... Sammy Hagar is going to induct Jimmy Buffett, I believe.
He's dead.
I'm sorry?
He's dead.
Yes, he is. But Sammy Hagar is still...
Do they know that?
Sammy Hagar is still alive. Well, there are always posthumous inductees.
I'm just letting them know.
Yeah. I hope somebody told them.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they did.
Dua Lipa and Dr. Dre and Slash and Kenny Chestnut. Is that a guy? Is this a misprint?
He's the best.
Kenny Chesney. Maybe he'll put shoes on for the night. Julia Roberts will induct the Dave Matthews Band. The Roots will be there. Demi Lovato. Ooh, hacha, hacha. James Taylor will be there, and Jelly Roll, and Keith Urban. You know Keith Urban. He recently blew up at the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
I do not like Keith Urban.
I know you don't. Arnar.
He sounds like when he sings, but his songs are bad.
Oh. I've never heard one.
They're not good.
At least if I heard it, I didn't know it was him.
You probably have.
Does he ever have does he ever have his wife Nicole Kidman on any of the tracks? Because she's a singer too.
I don't think so.
She has sung the theme song for a couple of her miniseries. Nicole Kidman now is firmly in the cinematic universe of older lady bangs younger dude. Those are all her movies now. And miniseries that she has. She looks good. Yeah. I mean, I know she's not all worked on. I think Nicole Kidman looks good. Like, if she walked up and was like, yes, you say yes. So, Cher will get in. I think Dua Lipa is inducting Cher. Sammy Hagar will be there. And Roger Daltrey and Slash. All these performers. Very exciting. Mary J. Blige is getting inducted, and Peter Frampton and Kool and the Gang and Dionne Warwick. So I don't know that they do. I think it's been a number of years since they've done the old all-star jam at the end. But those were fun while they lasted. So Foreigner will be getting in there on the 19th. I don't know who's inducting them. But anyway, there's your jukebox hero from Foreigner. 1983. Congratulations, by the way, to the Cleveland Zoo. Did you know we had a zoo?
Yeah.
No.
I did.
Where is it?
Been there a lot of
In the
times.
metro parks?
Which part?
The zoo part?
Oh, no, then I don't know.
This way to the zoo. It is that they have planted what will be the first mini forest in a zoo in America. How can this be? How can nobody before now ever thought, hey, we should plant a little forest in the zoo on the grounds?
But wasn't there already kind of a forest there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But I mean,
Like,
listen, there's an organization called Rooted in Trees, and they're a conservationist organization, and they have planted what will be a mini forest in the zoo. And they're trying to restore and preserve the tree canopy in this part of Ohio. And it will be the first one in a zoo in the United States. So once again, don't sleep on that Cleveland Zoo. We just this second found out that we have one. And even though I've been there many times, I didn't realize we had one.
You didn't know that.
I didn't know that's where I was.
Yeah.
I go, well, don't most...
There's a lot of animals here.
I didn't know what was going on.
This gift shop has a lot of animals.
Mm-hmm. Some of them are stuffed, and some of them seem alive and ambulatory. The Student Conservation Association and 30 8th grade students from Cleveland's Urban Community School attended the ceremony to plant these to support the biodiversity. They planted 800 native trees and shrubs in the space the size of a tennis court. And this is the first zoo in the United States. So I think not only, I guess, is it cool that it's here, but it is, hopefully this can serve as inspiration for other zoos around the country. You know, zoos need all the help they can get because their popularity is almost solely contingent on having a superstar animal. If you don't have a superstar animal, you got to have the first of something, or you got to have the, there's zoos around this country that when you go there, you're like, what is happening here? Yeah. If you ever go to the Seattle Zoo, you go, what is happening here? But the Cleveland Zoo, Cincinnati, they got that famous hippo. They got that baby hippo.
Moodang?
No, not Moodang. He played for the Bulls.
No, that's the wild thing.
I'm sorry?
Nothing.
Where is that hippo? I see the headlines about this cute little hippo. Where is it,
Moodang's
though?
in Korea.
Oh, Korea.
Something
All right.
like that. Or at least an Asian country. One of them. But I love Moodang.
I mean,
Fiona, is that the one that's...
Fiona
is the one at the Cincinnati Zoo, yeah.
Like a hippo.
Mm-hmm. But, yeah, it's inspirational, right?
Mm-hmm.
For other zoos to look at this and say, oh, my goodness. Good for them. Alan, I bet that song was Despacito that got that guy killed. You're not a real Mexican if you like Despacito.
Maybe.
Would be but the guy that did Despacito, he wasn't Mexican, was he?
Wasn't it Bieber?
Huh?
Wasn't that a Bieber song?
Well, that was a collab, but it was Luis Fonsi or one of those guys, which is one of Henry Winkler's alter egos.
Despacito? No.
Yeah, Despacito is a Luis Fonsi song, and he's Puerto Rican. Don't call a Puerto Rican guy Mexican.
Oh.
That will get you shot. I think they threw Bieber in to get people to pay attention to it stateside, but it's a good song. I mean, you hear it without Bieber, and you're like, oh, this song's a great song. Alan, I like to take over the touch tones and play an hour and a half of Wesley Willis. But see, this is what I'm talking about. Don't do that because you're going to get...
It looks like a rat's nest.
Right.
Do something about your mullet. Get out the hair clippers, jerk.
Yeah. Imagine this for 90 minutes.
Yeah.
You can't play this at the Parma Tavern, all right? I mean, disrespectful. Now, if I'm there doing the Cox Out pregame, of course, I'm going to love Wesley Willis, R.I.P.
Get that crazy ass mullet off your skull.
Yeah.
Take your ass to the barber shop. Tell the barber that you're sick of looking like an asshole. Cut the mullet.
He's trying to tell you that if you've got a mullet, you should probably cut it.
Yeah.
But
Is
he's
that
not
what that was about?
he's not alive to tell you anymore.
And that's how one person may interpret it. But I think it's more abstract than that.
Tom in Canton said he used to play a 19-minute version of a Grateful Dead song to troll people on the jukebox. You know, Phil Hanley is going to be here a little bit later on. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities, and he's a huge Grateful Dead fan. But even I wouldn't play a 19-minute version of the song and then start talking to him. Maybe I should do that, right? Have a conversation off the air while the Grateful Dead.
Yeah. 2-minute interview.
Mm-hmm. Alan, I'm guilty of that. I played Inagata DeVita 7 times, and I don't feel bad because the owner of the bar is a real prick.
Then why were you at the bar?
Tried to hit me, and I'm a chick who's 5'1". Well, I assume that maybe this is a case where you're not there. You're doing it from the app somewhere else. Like you can do, right?
Maybe.
Nearby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like Grindr for jukeboxes. Hey, there's a jukebox 500 yards from you. Cincinnati Zoo also had Harambe. Is that where Harambe was?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yep.
I know that was 7 years ago. I just saw something pop up about Harambe, but I guess I didn't realize it was at the Cincinnati Zoo.
Yep, Cincinnati.
But, you know, Cleveland Zoo had the baby gorilla, and now it's got the mini forest, and it's on the come-up. The hippo is in Thailand, people are saying.
Okay, Thailand. All right.
Luol Deng. The
Moodang.
I'm sorry?
Moodang, bouncy pork. Lover.
Is that what they call the hippo?
That's what it means.
See, that's another... Animals are so cute when they're small, but then, like, hippo is the most... It's the deadliest animal on the planet, right? It just murders
this is
people.
A pygmy hippo.
I know, it's cute. Oh, so it's only going to get so big? Is that what it is?
It's not going to get as big as, like, a regular hippo.
I see.
So not as dangerous.
It's like when you're watching that chimp crazy thing over on HBO. These people that They treat chimps like they're children. They're super cute when they're little, and then they grow into giant, potentially murderous animals. They're just really strong. And, you set them off. So, all right, well, if this hippo is going to top out at a couple of feet, I guess, can't really do too much damage. I've got to take a break. Want to go see Everclear? Art Alexakis and the boys are headlining the tour that's going to come through and bring them to the House of Blues. They got Marcy Playground and Jimmy's Chicken Shack with them. You're going to party like it's 1997. It's going to be October 16th at the House of Blues. If you want to go, I'll hook you up coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio brings you Global Citizen Festival 2024 from New York City at Central Park's Great Lawn. Live performances from Post Malone, Doja Cat, Jelly Roll, Benson Boone, and more. Join the movement to end extreme poverty now, one action at a time at globalcitizenfestival.com. Hear the entire festival live on the iHeartRadio app all day this Saturday, and the best of the best moments on the free iHeartRadio app's Hit Nation station, Saturday night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Verizon is a proud partner of Global Citizen. Every student has greatness inside them, and Verizon is committed to helping teachers and millions of students thrive with access to tech, tools, and free skills training. Find out more at VerizonInnovativeLearning.com. Verizon, helping power greatness.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Clouds with a few lingering showers for the rest of your Thursday. Highs in the mid-70s. Mostly cloudy and muggy tonight with overnight lows in the 60s. For your Friday, mainly cloudy skies with late-day rain from Hurricane Helene. Highs again in the mid-70s.
This report is sponsored by Quality Water Systems.
Tired of foul-tasting water or stubborn stains? A whole home water treatment system can help. Visit drinkquality.com today and save $125 on a system from Quality Water Systems. Enjoy fresh, clean water throughout your home.
Having moderate to severe ulcerative colitis is like having a creature living inside me. It wasn't this calm until I found out about Velsipity, or etrasimod. It's a prescription once-daily pill, not a steroid or biologic, for adults with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis. Velsipity helps calm the chaos of UC symptoms like rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. It quickly treats flares and even provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Some people saw remission by week 12. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects, including infections that can be fatal, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of the brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be, and use birth control during treatment and for 7 days after stopping Velsipity. Ask your doctor about Velsipity.
Fall into savings at VW of Streetsboro. The leaves are beginning to fall, and so are the prices at VW of Streetsboro. VW of Streetsboro is falling back to pre-COVID pricing, cooling off those payments to something you can afford, and turning the page on interest to as low as 0.9%. VW of Streetsboro wants to move inventory to make way for 2025. How about these lease deals? Get a 2024 Volkswagen Taos S for only $169 per month, a 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan S for only $199 per month, or a 2024 Volkswagen Atlas SE 4Motion for $339 per month. Plus, bring in your trade and get up to $5,000 over Kelley Blue Book toward any new Volkswagen in stock. Hurry, because inventory is going fast, so you better get to VW of Streetsboro today. VW of Streetsboro.com. Residency restrictions may apply. 36-month lease, 7,500 miles per year. Well-qualified buyers. Taxes, title, and license fees additional. Call dealer at 330-342-7000 for additional details. Taos S selling price $28,393. Tiguan S selling price $33,254. Atlas SE 4Motion selling price $46,720.
Rock the out, Cleveland. The Agora is bringing the heavy this fall with Testament and Creator October 1st. Hatebreed 30th anniversary October 2nd. The Black Dahlia Murder and Dying Fetus October 3rd. Sepultura Farewell Tour October 8th. Opeth Saturday October 12th. Mushroom Head Halloween Saturday October 26th. Squire, Friday, November 1st. King Diamond, November 6th. And so much more. Get your tickets now at AXS.com. See you in the pit.
Navigating mental health insurance benefits can be overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. The Mental Health Insurance Assistance Office is here to guide you. Our expert team will help you connect with your health insurance plan to understand available behavioral health benefits. Say goodbye to frustration and hello to control over your mental well-being. Call 855-438-6442 today.
Scott from the Cleveland area has coached girls basketball and supported his granddaughter's athletic pursuits.
My granddaughters have worked hard to excel in sports. It's tough enough. So the idea that Sherrod Brown voted to allow transgender biological men to compete in girls' sports, it's unfair and dangerous. And introducing a bill to allow biological men in girls' locker rooms? Biological men to shower in my granddaughter's locker room? No way. I worry about the safety of my family constantly. Now I have to worry about Sherrod Brown's crazy liberal ideas. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side, but he's way too liberal for me.
Sherrod Brown has let Ohio down. Now he's way too liberal for Ohio. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.senateleadershipfund.org.
Order like a champ at Raising Cane's. With tailgates of hand-battered chicken fingers and cane sauce and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade, you can guarantee victory for every game day meal. Raising Cane's Chicken Finger, one love. Order online or on our app.
Right now at Getco Cafe and Market, breakfast sandwiches, subs, and burritos are 50% off when you purchase any size coffee, including fall favorite pumpkin spice lattes, cold brew, and fresh brewed self-serve coffee. Pumpkin spice is back. Order it in the Getco app and save. Fall means more ways for your car to get dirty. Keep it clean at Wetco with unlimited washes for one low monthly price. New members who sign up for Wetco Unlimited today get their first 3 months for as low as $9.99 per month. Getco Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
John Legend here. How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date with a COVID shot this season?
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Rita, hot head, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
You might not realize it, but right now, you're driving around in one heck of a down payment. And Kia of Streetsboro is here to tell you, your current ride can get you up to $5,000 over Kelley Blue Book toward any new Kia in stock. No other Kia dealer can offer anything close to that. Bring in your trade ASAP and get up to $5,000 over KBB toward any new Kia in stock. Like a brand new Kia Forte LXS, leased for only $79 per month. That's up to $5,000 over KBB for your trade, and a Kia Forte LXS for $79 a month. Plus, Kia of Streetsboro is offering financing as low as 0%. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro or KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Tax, title, and tags not included. 24-month lease. 10,000 miles per year. 3,000 due at inception. Rebates to dealers. See dealer for details.
Shop new dollar deals at Meijer. $1 is all you need when you shop hundreds of participating items, like select bell peppers, Swanson broth, or Campbell's soup, and 1.25 liters of Coca-Cola or Pepsi products, all just $1 each. That's it. Pay just $1 on select items with Meijer dollar deals for a limited time. Limit 10 per item. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in-store or in the Meijer app.
KTM has come to Medina, and this Saturday is the 2024 KTM Open House event at Polaris KTM Medina. See the complete KTM lineup and once-a-year deals on all KTM motorcycles and Polaris ATVs and side-by-sides. The Polaris KTM Medina Open House this Saturday at 10 a.m.
When it's game day and you're out and about but need football updates, don't worry. The iHeart app and Fox Sports Radio has you covered with Red Zone Radio. Every score, all the big plays, and the expert insights breaking down the games. Steve Hartman and former Penn State All-American Rich Ornberger kick off coverage at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Jets take a 14-10 lead.
Dan Byer and former NFL All-Pro safety Kerry Rhodes take over at 5.
Time is ticking in Kansas City.
Keep track of your team, your bets, and your fantasy players. Just open the free iHeart app and search Fox Sports Radio to start listening.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Everclear, who are on the road with Marcy Playground and Jimmy's Chicken Shack. All three of them here in Cleveland on Wednesday night, October the 16th, live at the House of Blues. Ticketmaster.com. Have the details for you. Info, whatever else you need. Always there. Caller number 10. Want to go? These are yours. You and a pal at Everclear. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some people say our country is more divided than ever. But don't ask him. He sucks at math. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
An old cowboy went riding out one dark and windy day. Up on a ridge he rested as he went along his way. When all at once a mighty herd of red-eyed cows he saw plowing through the ragged skies and up a cloudy draw. Their brands were still on fire and their hooves were made of steel. Their horns were black and shiny and their hot breath he could feel. A bolt of fear went through him as they thundered through the sky, for he saw the riders coming hard and he heard their mournful cry. Yippee-i-oh,
Little Johnny Cash from, I don't know when he did this. Ghost Riders in the Sky was a song from the 40s that got covered 1 billion times. Roy Clark did it, and Vaughn Monroe did it, and Burl Ives did it. Johnny Cash. There's a new statue of Johnny Cash at the U.S. Capitol. So, you know, if there's another January 6th or something, somebody can run off with Johnny Cash's head.
There you go.
The first musician to ever be honored with a statue in the U.S. Capitol. I guess they've got this collection where each state donates statues to honor notable figures. And Johnny Cash, very prominent. You know, he's been dead for 20 years, but I mean, he's in the hall there. I wonder who Ohio rendered in statues. I wonder who the notable
Probably
figures.
MGK.
You think? It feels a little too contemporary. Could you imagine if everybody else is sending like, giants of art and culture, and maybe people who were instrumental in moving the body politic forward from their states, and Ohio sends Machine Gun Kelly.
I mean,
They unveil a giant bronze statue of the Black Keys. What?
We couldn't even handle giving Bone Thugs a street sign without
Right.
getting stolen. So
That's right. Imagine if the sign that was stolen shows up in the U.S. Capitol. They do the old switcheroo. Johnny Cash, born in Kingsland, Arkansas, in 1932, born during the Great Depression. And people think of him as a country artist, obviously, but he really did a lot of different things. So, and I'll tell you what, you want to talk about pop culture figures who embodied the contradictions of human beings, right? He was a guy who considered himself a man of faith. He was felt very powerful in his Christian convictions, but he was a drug addict, and he was a philanderer, and he was all these things, Depending on which of his kids you talk to, he was a terrible father. But revered as an artist, and people contain so many contradictions in and of themselves that Johnny Cash is emblematic of that. So the bronze statue is Johnny Cash with his guitar slung across his back and a Bible in his hand. And I have to think, a song in his heart.
Oh. No,
so
nice.
now
That's
I really,
nice.
Johnny Cash is the one getting the lion's share of the publicity on this, but I really want to know who Ohio sent.
Rascal Flatts.
Are they from Columbus, right?
Yeah.
Statues at the Capitol. I guess this is something I could have looked at earlier, but it didn't occur to me. Thomas Edison has a statue there. Aren't there like half a dozen states that claim Thomas Edison for something? There's a statue of James Abram Garfield. Okay. John Glenn? Well, that's at the Ohio State House.
Yeah.
Talking about the U.S. Capitol. That's where the... I'm sorry?
He's an astronaut.
Yes, he is. Mm-hmm. This is why Mare does the science fair.
Yeah.
Because she knows...
I know all the science.
All of the science. She knows John Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
She knows... Who else do you know from the space program? You know Alan Shepard?
Yeah.
Do you know... Boy, who else would you know?
That girl they sent up with 100 tampons.
I'm sorry?
100 tampons.
They sent a chick up with 100 tampons for like a week.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Like, is that going to be enough? Yeah.
That was very, very recent, yeah.
Oh,
John Glenn, okay. He's been dead for a few years.
Aldridge. Aldrin. Buzz Aldrin.
Nope. First one counts. Buzz Aldridge. That was the guy who would punch you in the face if you said anything to him. Do you know
Not
what?
anything if you said they faked the moon landing.
Well, if you said the wrong thing, like, hey, you sucked on Dancing with the Stars.
That's anybody.
He'd lay you out.
There's a lot of people that if you say the wrong thing to them, they'll punch you in the face.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right. Some people are quick to anger.
But everybody's got that one thing that they push their button.
You have something where if somebody said it to you, you'd punch them?
Yeah, if someone said punch me in the face.
I would politely decline.
I'm going to oblige.
Yep. All right. I can't imagine, some people are just that way. I don't believe that they're, there's this one thing. I think people either are that way or they're not that way. And some people are just itching to punch somebody in the face. Doesn't take much. Now, do you know, Mary, what John Glenn was famous for within the space program?
Astronautism.
He was famous, of course, for astronautism. Mm-hmm. Yes. He had kids, so he was famous for more than a few isms. But he was the first American to orbit the planet.
Yes.
Was John Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
And Buzz Aldridge, he was part of that whole thing, too. He was part of the space program. Okay, so I don't know who the Ohio statues are there at the U.S. Capitol. There might be a history buff who's listening who can tell me. I would assume Ohio is a statue of Neil Armstrong. Yeah, I think that ours are probably space-related, right? Space-oriented. Thomas Edison, yeah, mentioned that. Born in Ohio, but there's all kinds of, if people move, they claim them,
The Wright brothers. They were born, right? They were born here, but they...
Yeah,
No.
They're in Dayton.
Wright Air Force Base is named after them, right?
And then they went
Dayton.
Well,
But then, like South Carolina, where Kitty Hawk,
Carolina.
they claim them. Is that where Kitty Hawk is?
One is birthplace of aviation, one is first in flight.
There
I think
you
North
go.
Carolina is first in flight.
Yep.
More the birthplace of aviation.
The competing license plates. Boy, you don't want to get into a license plate war with another state right now, because they change them, and you got to make sure that you are staying abreast of what those say. Like if you see a car from Maine, the license plate will say vacation land, which is so vague, and it has to be factually incorrect. How many people are planning their vacation to Maine right now? When I lived in Pennsylvania, they still had the license plates that said You've got a friend in Pennsylvania.
Oh, I thought they had ones that said not the one with the vampires.
That would be Transylvania, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Set them apart. Now, if you go to Transylvania, they've got those license plates that say not the Keystone State.
Right.
So it can be very confusing for people. You know? Alaska, their license plates say the last frontier. You might have noticed, I think I've mentioned this before, just anecdotally for me, I'd noticed recently a lot of cars with Alaskan license plates. And somebody was trying to tell me it's probably military who have had maybe they're back here at home and they've had their cars shipped or something like that. But Alaska says the last frontier. When we were in Arizona, the Grand Canyon state. I don't know what Ohio, I don't ever stop to think about, all we see primarily are Ohio license plates, but I couldn't tell you what they say. It probably has a website or something on it. Growing up in Illinois, it always said Land of Lincoln because they're born there or lived there. That's something. They claim Lincoln. But if you're going to get into a phrase war, you got to be careful. What does Ohio say? Do you know what the license plates in our state say?
I thought they changed it back to the heart of it all.
The heart of it all.
So much to discover. It was for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now it's just like that painting of the barn in the hills, right? It says, beautiful Ohio. Or those aren't the... Well, anyway, who cares? You want to get to Whoopsie's picks, by the way?
Yeah, let's do it.
Whoopsie's Week 3 NFL picks.
Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say. Football all the way. Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say. Football all the way.
All right. We used to have a goat that did our picks here on the show. From Pennsylvania, but she passed away. And so our own Bill Squire was kind enough to deputize his own dog. She's a golden doodle, yeah?
Yeah.
Whoopsie the golden doodle?
Golden doodle.
Petite.
And she got groomed last week, so she's looking pretty fresh in this one.
Even petiter?
Yeah. She's just looking nice and fluffy.
All right. Any preamble for this? Any way you want to set this up? She picks another 5 games.
She picks another 5 games. She has currently picked every Browns game correctly, and her record is 8-7 overall.
8-7 overall.
Yes.
So if she picks another correct Browns game, she will be 4-0 with the Browns.
Yes.
All right. Here we go.
This week, 2-3. That brings her overall record to 8-7. So she's still got a winning record. Week 4.
Just to let people know who aren't watching, you have the tiny little plastic miniature football helmets for each team, and there's a treat in front of them, and whichever one she goes to grab the treat, that's her pick.
The first one, yeah.
She
eats them both.
Yeah, right. The very first one she goes to.
Yeah.
She got to take both them treats, but the first one.
Tonight game, Giants-Cowboys. Okay.
This is the game tonight.
This is the Thursday game. Yeah, I always have her do the Thursday night game and the Sunday night game, and then I have her do a 1 o'clock game, a Browns game, and then the 4 o'clock.
5 in all.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so she picks the New York Giants.
Giants over the Cowboys.
Tonight.
Yep.
That's on Amazon Prime, right? The Thursday night football game?
Yeah.
Yep.
Boys, that'd be a big upset. Eagles-Buccaneers. Go. Okay.
She picks Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
She's
all
a
right.
Baker, bro.
That game isn't in Tampa, is it? They're getting that huge hurricane
I believe
blowing
it
through.
is.
Oh, really?
I think it is.
I wonder if they're going to have to move that. Who does Philly have? Jalen Hurts? Is he the quarterback? All right.
Big divisional game. Chiefs versus Chargers. Okay. Come on.
She picks the Chiefs against the Chargers. Now, do you think that when you motion for her to come over, do you think that maybe you're
influencing
the jury?
You can see her making her calculations.
Okay.
As she's sitting there waiting,
Yep.
And like my hand is just kind of like, it looks like I'm pointing to one, but it's just kind of like letting her know, like
you're waving her over.
Yeah, you can come over now.
Sunday night game. Bills Ravens. Okay.
One for the Bills.
Yep.
She's Bills Mafia.
She is.
All right.
First, we do the Browns game. Raiders, Browns. Okay, whoops. Pick. The Browns beat
she
the Raiders.
picks the Browns
She's got
again.
all the Browns games right. All right,
Mhm.
4 picks. Here they are.
Those are your 4 picks. All right.
Week 4 picks.
Week 4 picks. Sorry, 5 picks.
5 picks
Week
on
4.
week 4. Yeah. So she's got.
So bet accordingly.
Yes. The parlay this week. Let me see what it will pay out. If she gets all of them right, a $10 bet will pay $370.
Nice.
If she gets all 5 right.
Okay. Well, the Browns will play the Raiders in Vegas on Sunday. That is a 4:25 kick. I will be hosting the next Cox Out pregame on Sunday. That is 3:30 to 5:30 with Bud Light. We'll be at the Lakewood Truck Park this Sunday playing that Bud Light football thing. Could get you to Vegas to rep this great state of Ohio. And then you could get yourself to the big game in New Orleans next year. So go to AlanCoxShow.com. Find out where I'm going to be for all of the Cox Out pregame.
If you want to post anything, I post these on my Instagram story if you want to see it, or not my Instagram story. I post it as a reel on Instagram, so you can check it out. You can comment. A lot of people are fading Whoopsie's picks when she picks against the Browns, but she picked the Browns this week, so maybe they will be on board with it.
Now, why do you think that is? Why are they second guessing her?
I think they play the odds. They might know a little bit more about football than her.
Than a dog, you mean?
Which is crazy.
Oh, okay.
It's
well,
crazy.
You're saying that they think they've put more thought into it.
Perhaps.
They think they have a system. Yeah. Well, you can't always count on that. You can't always moneyball the situation. She still has a winning record.
Right.
Met a lot of you football, quote-unquote, geniuses and got a winning record. So 2 Sundays in a row, in fact, for the Cox Out pregame. This Sunday and next. Browns will play D.C. The Commanders. What a terrible name. I know they were the Washington football team for a minute, but the Commanders, I realize you got to go with what's not being used and probably isn't going to make people upset, hence Guardians. But still. Alan Buzz Aldrin is 94. He looks younger than me, and I'm 66.
How old's Buzz Aldridge, though?
94 years old. Wow. I mean, there's a couple guys. I had William Shatner on the show last month, and he's 93, and he looks pretty good. I think a lot of these guys, I don't know if Buzz Aldrin is a guy who would have gotten like a hair replacement or anything like that, but a lot of these, Buzz Aldrin is 94. He looks pretty good. I'll show you a picture of Buzz Aldrin. Is that a guy who looks younger than 94 or to me, that looks like a 94-year-old guy. I don't know. It's hard to say what anybody's going to look like at that age. And he has been in space.
Does that change it?
Well, I've seen enough movies where he probably got some radiation that made him look younger. I don't know. Alan, maybe they have a LeBron statue in the Capitol. I don't know about that. But people are offering their suggestions.
Wait, where is he from?
LeBron James?
Yeah.
My understanding is he's just a kid who grew up in Akron, Ohio.
Oh, look at that. Would you look at that?
Yep.
I had no idea.
He should really capitalize on that. A lot of people are suggesting Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't know that is, under any other circumstances, Wisconsin would try to claim him, but not really. Big Chuck and Little John. Those would be fantastic just for the height disparity. To take photos with statues of Big Chuck and Little John at the U.S. Capitol. Thomas Edison and James Abram Garfield, who, of course, was assassinated by a disgruntled office seeker. We all know that. But, yeah, okay, well, there you go. There are your Week 4 picks. Kicking off with tonight's Thursday night football game over there on Amazon Prime. So if you don't have Prime, I guess you don't watch the Thursday night game. That's what makes people mad now, is if you don't have the particular service, you're not going to watch that game. But it's Dallas and the New York Giants. Are Dallas still America's team?
Yep.
All right. Why is that? They've just held on to it for this long?
Yeah, I mean, they're the most valuable team, and
all right.
They got fans all over the place, so they are that.
Alan, mood dang is last week. You got to check out Pesto the Penguin. Oh, I've seen Pesto the Penguin. I'll do you one better. I will see your Pesto the Penguin, and I will raise you Morty the Misfit. Is anybody paying attention to Morty the Misfit?
No.
The Chihuahua, who they just have, he does this like little sideways trot,
this
and
way
then they
here.
have him going down the hallway there. Various songs. Morty the Misfit
I like
Chihuahua. Oh, my God. Come on. You know, I'm a little bit biased. I would never have a Chihuahua myself. They're too small for me, but my mom has a Chihuahua.
Your mom loves the Chihuahua.
She loves her Chihuahua. I grew up in a home in which I was told we couldn't have dogs because my mother was allergic.
She ain't allergic to Chihuahuas.
Nope. And to the best of my knowledge,
Never was.
I'm not a veterinarian, but I don't think they're hypoallergenic.
I
Maybe
heard that's not a real thing anyway.
I don't think that it is. I think it's marketing. But maybe she grew out of her allergy. I'd certainly never begrudge her that because, A, I'm a grown man and who cares? But also, you know, after my dad, they did have their Chihuahuas while my dad was still alive. But after my dad's death, I'm sure she needed that dog more than ever. But that dog really likes to hump my foot when I go home to see my family.
You always talk about how nice your feet are.
I do. I have gorgeous feet for a man. But I'm wearing socks. The animal does not know how great my feet look. But you bring up a good point. Maybe if the next time I go and she begins to hump my foot, maybe I should take my sock off. And she'll be that much more attracted to it and will finish quicker. Whatever it is. I don't know. I think it's a male dog. My mom thought she was getting a female dog. It turned out to be a male, but so between Moo Dang and Pesto the Penguin and Morty the Misfit, you are all set. If small animal videos make it move for you. I got tickets to see Asking Alexandria. If you like those guys, they're bringing some good bands with them, rounding out the lineup. It's called the All My Friends Tour. It's at the House of Blues on October the 5th. I'll have those tickets for you after the break. 35192 on a text for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
The Disney Plus Blockbuster offer. For a limited time, get 3 months of Disney Plus for just $1.99 a month.
The list of failed quarterbacks in Cleveland is long and growing. Well, this Sunday at the Cox Out pregame party from 3:30 to 5:30 at Lakewood Truck Park. You can add your name to that list when you try and toss your way.
Here's the throw.
To represent the Buzzard in Vegas at the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament. Get all the details at WMMS.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
Hey, it's Rover for the Bath Authority. If your bath or shower is outdated, if it has mold, mildew, or broken tiles, you've got to call the Bath Authority. They have the best quality bathroom remodeling products along with world-class customer experience. Every unit is custom built. You get to choose the premium accents. Right now, they're offering an amazing deal. Free installation on your new bath or shower, plus 36 months of 0% interest financing. They can be installed in as little as 1 day by certified factory technicians. Call the Bath Authority, 216-243-6684, or go to thebathauthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Waffle Doodle on over to Mr. Hero for their new and incredibly delicious BLTE Waffle Doodle. Bacon, lettuce, tomato, a home-style fried egg, and our homemade zesty mayo. You're gonna love it.
Some good food, a waffle doodle, where it's at Petiti.
Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Fall's a great time to get outside and into the garden, and Petiti Garden Centers has amazing offers to get your planting project started. Right now, our entire selection of roses are 50% off, and our 25% off sale continues on all perennials, trees, and shrubs. Plus, it's time to visit our Oakwood Village patio showroom, where all of our dining, deep seating, and gas fire table floor models are marked 75% off regular prices while supplies last. Petiti's, we're locally grown and family owned.
Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me.
Shoulders separating.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
After 31 years in Washington, just how much has Sherrod Brown changed? When he first wanted our vote, he said this.
My allegiance will be to Ohio and to the communities in Ohio.
To Ohio? Sherrod Brown voted for amnesty for 11 million illegal immigrants. And he voted to give them taxpayer-funded benefits, like free health care to illegals who get amnesty, Social Security checks, COVID relief checks, all to be paid for by you. And Sherrod Brown's open border policies have led to more fentanyl, dangerous gangs, even terrorists pouring into our country. So when Sherrod Brown says this,
my allegiance will be to Ohio and to the communities in Ohio.
Don't listen to what Sherrod Brown says. Watch what he does. Because Sherrod Brown doesn't vote for Ohio anymore. He's way too liberal for Ohio. American Crossroads paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. AmericanCrossroads.org.
Hey guys, it's Mary. I am almost always a bowl person when it comes to my Chipotle order, but with the smoked brisket back on the menu, I had to switch it up. I don't know, there's just something about brisket in tacos that makes sense, especially when it's done the Chipotle way. This tender, smoky brisket has seared edges and is hand-chopped in small batches daily. And then when I topped it with Chipotle's fresh tomato salsa, cheese, and lettuce, I got the perfect flavor combo that is my new fall favorite. Chipotle's brisket is only back for a limited time, so head to your nearest location or order in the Chipotle app or at chipotle.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop. With new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Barely 5 hours a week. It's how much time most of us spend outdoors. Not nearly enough time getting lost in canopies of breathtaking fall colors. Brilliant hues extending all across America's third most forested state. We could all use a little more time outdoors, soothing mind, body, and spirit in West Virginia. Plan your fall getaway at wvtourism.com.
My name is Joseph Uten. I live in Washington Courthouse, Ohio, and I'm a Republican.
I'm Carol List from Sunbury, Ohio, and so am I.
My name's Jackie L. Cooper. I live in the great city of Hillsborough, Ohio, and I'm a Republican, too.
But this year's Senate election isn't about party.
For me, it's about who works for Ohio.
Sherrod Brown supported law enforcement and led the fight against fentanyl.
Sherrod Brown stood up to China to protect Ohio jobs.
He worked with Democrats and Republicans to strengthen the border.
And Sherrod stood up to presidents of both parties to protect Ohio workers.
That's leadership.
I may not agree with him on everything, but there's no doubt who Sherrod Brown puts first.
That's Ohio.
I'm voting for the person, not the party. I might be a Republican, but I'm voting for Sherrod Brown.
I'm a Republican, but I'm voting for Sherrod Brown.
I'm a Republican, but I am voting for Sherrod Brown.
I'm Sherrod Brown running for Senate. I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Sherrod Brown.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Don't miss a minute of football on Sunday. Fox Sports Radio has you covered with Red Zone Radio on the free iHeart app.
This game was over.
Keep track of your team, your bets, and your fantasy players. Just open the free iHeart app, search Fox Sports Radio, and start listening.
iHeart Radio.
Hey, it's Alan. The next Cox Out pregame is this Sunday when the team is on the road. I'm out, man. This Sunday we're going to be at the Lakewood Truck Park from 3:30 to 5:30 playing the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament. This is round one. You get the most points, you could qualify for the trip to Vegas and maybe the big game and headed to New Orleans in 2025. So come try to be a round one winner this Sunday, the Lakewood Truck Park, the next Cox Out pregame with Bud Light, 3:30 to 5:30. Get to WMMS.com for all the details.
Hey, Ohio, exciting news. Dominion Energy Ohio
I'm going to go see Asking Alexandria. They are headlining the All My Friends Tour, which brings them to Cleveland on October the 5th. That is a Saturday night, bringing Memphis May Fire and The Word Alive and Archers. All good bands. Asking Alexandria, your headliner. Ticketmaster.com will have all the details you might need. So caller 10, these are yours. Come and get them. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians take both of those games against the Cincinnati Reds. Beat them last night 5-2 here at home. And they will stick around and finish up the regular season tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday against the Houston Astros. So 7:10 tomorrow night is going to be your first pitch here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen there as well. And then the postseason begins on Monday, Game 1, and then Game 2 will be Wednesday. Both of those here at home. So Saturday, October the 5th. Obviously not this Saturday. They'll still be playing the Astros. A week from Saturday, October 5, and then Monday, October 7th. Both of those at Progressive Field, but the time and the other team, obviously, still to be determined. Comedian Phil Hanley will be here in about a half an hour. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. He's got a new book coming out, and I think he's a very funny dude. Interesting guy. He was a model back in the day, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you find that out last time? I don't know that I knew that before it came up. Derek Rose retired.
Yeah.
D. Rose, just a kid from Chicago who was, man, he came out of the gate just killing it, but then he was always hurt. And we had him here for a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Wasn't
16 games.
I was going to say, I couldn't even remember if he played at all because I think they shipped him off somewhere else. He was hurt. But he was like the youngest MVP ever, and he was he was doing all kinds of stuff when he got drafted by the Bulls. He's a hometown boy.
Yeah, he was on a great trajectory, but then his body just couldn't keep up. A lot of knee injuries and stuff like that. And he would make these really hard cuts that were very hard on joints, and so it just kind of destroyed his knees.
Yeah.
But then he built a lasting career after he recovered from those injuries, and it was more of a role player or like a off the bench guy, but still, lasted in the league for 16 seasons.
Yeah, he did.
Impressive.
He's a young man still. He's 35. So he is a good sixth man. I mean, he really made his way around the league, though, too. But I think Memphis just cut him.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because he played for Tom Thibodeau when he was coaching the Bulls, and then he picked him up again when he was coaching, because he's been coaching the Knicks now for a minute.
And he was with him in Minnesota, too, I think.
Oh, was he there, too?
Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't play with Kevin Love, did he, in Minnesota? Or was that when Kevin...
No, he played with Kevin Love in Cleveland.
Right. Kevin Love is still... Kevin Love retired, too? Where did he go?
No, I think he's still with the Heat.
Oh, okay. Anyway, D. Rose, the Windy City Assassin, is calling it quits. I remember he was, because he got there a year before I came to Cleveland. He got drafted in 2008. And I remember at the time, they were still building Trump Tower in Chicago. When I first moved back, they were pouring the concrete for what would be the parking garage. And Derek Rose was the guy who bought the penthouse in Trump Tower. Now, this was before, obviously, Trump was doing anything political. So the name didn't have the kind of stink on it that it does now. But Derek Rose dropped some serious coin on that Trump Tower penthouse. And then ended up selling it, obviously, because he's moving around and just not... he kept getting signed to, like, minimum contracts, I think. So I don't know that Derek Rose ever got, crazy rich.
I mean, I think his first contract, like the first one that he... Like when he re-signed with... I think he got at least one real big contract.
Yeah. A lot of people asking...
I think when he originally went to New York the first time, I think he got a pretty good contract then.
Did he?
Yeah.
A lot of people asking me about tickets for the Rock Hall inductions, and I just point them to, I mean, they're available for sale to the public. I don't know. I'm sure they'll cost you an arm and a leg if they're not sold out. But, I mean, they moved it to the Romo Fijo a few years ago from Public Hall so that they could sell a lot more tickets. The floor is all industry people, obviously. It's giant tables and, organizations and that buy, spend tens of thousands of dollars to get the tables on the floor. But us plebes up there in the seats, they're probably very expensive. But I know what you do. You can go and probably buy them. Somebody told me it's about $300 to sit in Loudville.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't get them to give away. So it's not like I don't even think I'm going this year.
Yeah, I'm not going this year. I got a show in Canton.
Oh.
Got to tell jokes.
Mm-hmm. Why spend the money when you can get paid the money?
That's right.
To tell the jokes. Like Mary Santora. She's got 2 shows tonight.
Sure do. West Side Comedy Club.
What? It's another block box theater, Bill. Sure do.
Sure do. West Side Comedy Club stand. It's going to be good.
Uh-huh.
Tired today.
You are?
You? Tired?
Come on.
Unheard of.
What happened? When did you get up? Walk us through it.
No, I didn't get to bed.
Well, you got home really late.
Yes.
Because you're
I
working.
I didn't get to bed till almost 3.
Yep.
And so I got up. I wanted to get up. I've got 2 writing packets due tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to get up early to work on them. So I set my alarm for like 8. And I was like, okay, that's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
5 hours of sleep. And then instead of setting another alarm, I woke up at like 10.
Mm-hmm.
So then I was like rushing around and nothing that I wrote was good because I was rushing around. And then the dishwasher broke. So I had to take all the crap out and wash it by hand. And then.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And now I have 2 shows tonight. So in order to finish I'm just going to have to like pull an all-nighter tonight to finish these 2 writing packets by tomorrow morning.
Oh, just send them my way. I'll finish them for you.
I don't think you want to work on these shows.
You don't want Bill to finish those for you?
He can.
One show he absolutely does not want to work on.
That's what I'm saying.
That one I don't want to work on.
Right.
The other one, what's the other one?
The other one's for a YouTube show.
Yeah.
That I don't particularly want to work on. But
oh, wow. This is a real Sophie's choice then for you.
Then why are you writing?
Because these writing jobs pay so much money.
Yeah.
Like, even if I were to only do it for a year, it's like $250,000 in full benefits. Mm-hmm. It's insane the amount of money that these writing jobs pay.
Did you hear from Scott Carter, by the way?
I did not.
Oh, I sent them a thing.
It's okay. But yeah, that's the other thing is that I'm like, I'm just tired.
I understand.
I just got a lot on my mind,
And a broken dishwasher. Bill, on top of everything else, she had to wash the dishes by hand.
Well, I'm more like annoyed that I'm like, I texted my managers, my landlords about it, and I don't know if they're going to do anything about it. You know
really?
I mean?
They're like, yeah, that sucks.
But then I'm wondering, can I like argue with them about the rent though? Because that was like included. That was one of the perks.
Absolutely. That's how you get them to fix the dishwasher.
Yeah.
Right. Where
you
it's like, okay,
rent,
well, if you're not going to fix
put it in escrow.
Yeah. Because it's not a necessary thing, but it was one of the things of why they're charging us $2,800 a month, So, yeah, it was just a very, like, I didn't wake up when I wanted to, so I was aggravated, and then the whole day's been like, meh.
I don't mind doing dishes by hand. I really don't.
I really don't either.
But I'm so spoiled with a dishwasher. We grew up with a dishwasher that we were not allowed to use because my mom said it didn't get the dishes clean enough. So I grew up doing dishes by hand. I really don't mind it. But I run the dishwasher every night, whether it's full or
say that you use less water running the dishwasher than washing dishes by hand.
Is that true though?
I think it depends on how many dishes you're washing.
Yeah.
I don't know how that could possibly be true.
And your method.
Well, my method is I
think because of the
scrub
rinsing,
the dishes.
I think you can rinse more dishes at once in the dishwasher. So like that rinsing action of just having the water going that much can use a lot of water.
Because like I'm not doing tiny things. I'm not putting pans in the dishwasher, so I'll do those by hand or whatever. But I run the dishwasher every night, whether there's 3 things in there or whether it's full. And I'm like, boy, I'm probably really wasting a lot of, but I got spoiled with the dishwasher. It's really the little things. But you should absolutely tell them, hey, this is part of the rent,
Right.
part of the agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not on premises, right? You got to call like a management company or something.
No, it's this guy and his wife, but they don't live in the building.
Right.
It's only 3 apartments.
Do you know what's wrong with it? Or is it
The
just
start button won't work. Every other button works except the start button. And it's been acting up for 2 weeks where you'd have to kind of fiddle with it and push it the right way for it to work. And then now it just stopped working altogether.
Okay.
Oh, I was going to say, how do you know all the other buttons work if it won't start?
I've pressed them.
I see.
And they light up.
Yeah.
But that one
But it
just
won't start.
The one that we need won't work. Won't start.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, what are you going to do? And it's Brian's birthday, and I wish I was there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Nope.
Been there for the last 4.
The big 5-0, right?
Yeah. He's 59 years old today. He's older than you, Alan.
Yeah, I like how the big 5-0 became 59.
Yeah, that's not what that means.
No. Well, maybe. Let me think. I don't know. How old is he? 40?
38.
38. He's pushing 40 then.
He is. He looks good, though.
You break up with him when he turns 40?
No, I'm not like that. I don't care. I like his salt and pepper coming into his beard, and I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it reminds you of me and Alan.
Oh my God, I gotta go.
BillSquire.com for tickets.
I gotta go. I gotta work on these.
I don't even have pepper in my beard. My beard's all white.
Salt.
It's all salt.
all
That's
salt.
right. That's why I keep it pretty clean shaven. I'll get lazy, but it's all salt. All right, well, and so will you do a sexy FaceTime for him?
We did that yesterday.
Yesterday?
Mm-hmm. I have shows tonight.
Well,
He's in
yeah,
bed by,
but I mean...
He's in bed by 10 o'clock.
Oh, right.
So by the time I get home, I'm getting home at 1 in the morning.
Yup.
He gets up for work 4 hours after that. So yesterday I didn't have a spot until 10. So
what do you do? Just call him and dump him out or what?
No, it's have you never done I don't like the word cyber sex, but FaceTime or you've never video chatted with anybody?
No.
No, so we just on FaceTime and you
I mean, I've done FaceTime. I've never done a sexy FaceTime. No.
Well, walk him through it.
Yeah. Okay. No. No. I don't need specifics. What I'm saying is, is it on a tripod so you can move around? Do you have to frame yourself, or your laptop?
I use my laptop so I can
position
position it and then be.
Ew, that's the laptop we use for our show.
We don't have to anymore.
That's why the lens is so fuzzy, so gauzy. It's got stuff on it. I thought that was just Vaseline. To kind of give yourself a different look there.
No, sir.
All right. So then you fire up the laptop and you make an appointment, you go, or just whenever he calls, you go, well, let me know because I got to be ready.
Well, and that's the thing is that it is something that kind of has to be planned, which
Right.
is a little not sexy, but my roommate's out of town and I had a couple hours before my between when I got home and when I had to leave, I had 2 hours. And so I called him and he was like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm just getting ready to make dinner. And I was like, are you sure that's what you want to do? And,
There it
I
is.
had
And
just
then she
gotten out of the
yup.
shower.
Are you sure that's what you want to do? So you open up the robe.
Yes, that's actually exactly how it happened.
Yeah.
He's like, what are you doing? And then,
Yeah.
one thing leads to
You're like, how about dessert before dinner?
Mhm.
One of those?
I got something you could eat.
People.
I'd say it like that too.
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
Are you? Hey there. How about this? All right, well, yeah. People in relationships, by the way, they need to get over the whole planning's not sexy. Spontaneity's awesome, but most of life is not like that. So most things got to be planned out.
Yeah.
You just got to plan it out.
Yeah, well, especially
The sexy stuff is when you get to see my boobs. How about that? Or I ask you, I got something you can eat. Except he can't because he's on a laptop.
I know, but you gotta.
I
you
know.
act like you're there,
I know.
And you talk
I
like
know.
you're there.
I know. That's how you do it. Yep.
Talk like you're there. Can you fix the dishwasher?
Right.
Can you troubleshoot this?
Hey, I'm on a spin cycle right now. How about that? So what's the elapsed time for this little peep show then? And is he distracted because he's
15
cooking and
minutes.
trying to look at your bush?
No, he's also participating. He's not cook.
He stops down the cooking so that he can. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's usually about 15 minutes.
Now, does he zoom in or does he wide out?
I have no idea.
Ah.
I'm not on his end.
Well, but you see what he's doing. I mean, you know.
Oh, on him?
Yeah.
It's like a point of view. So he's...
Happy birthday to me and many more.
He's on his way home right now, so I'm sure he's listening to all this.
All right.
But I can't be there for his birthday, so that's kind of bumming me out. Because
But does he point it like to? Does he point it like right in the laptop camera to make you feel like you're right there?
He uses his phone.
Oh, he uses his phone. Okay.
So it's kind of like a it's a point of view.
Okay, I understand.
Down.
I was thinking that you were both on laptops and
No.
Okay. Oh, boy. All right. Well, happy birthday to him and
It's just a weird
everyone celebrating. It's a weird day.
It is a weird day.
Yeah.
My mind's in 1,000 different places today.
Yeah, I understand.
It's like rainy here.
It's going to rain. We're going to get I assume the rain we're going to get for the next 6 days is from Hurricane Helene or whatever, because it's supposed to rain here for the next week. So we're not getting the nastiness that it's going to kind of stop short of us. I was looking at one of those maps because we got a lot of bureau chiefs down there in Florida, but I was looking at kind of the ripple effects of where it's going to go, and it's going to kind of top out at Columbus, but it's going to get up here.
Yeah.
But I think we will just end up getting a lot of rain.
We got rain pretty much every day till Tuesday.
Yeah.
Including Tuesday.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir.
What's going on?
Hey, I was just wondering, you're talking about the salt and pepper beard, but guys with red hair, when they start to turn gray, is it salt and paprika? Hate the show. Bye.
I like that. He just punches in and punches out. That's a smart guy right there. Bill, did you write that down? I know you got a gig this weekend.
Paprika.
Salt and
Yeah,
paprika.
I did not. I'm not going to steal people's jokes. But it's a good joke. I liked it.
Alan, I'm disappointed in myself that I've never pursued women with daddy issues. Everyone I've dated is such a damn prude. Well, I don't know that one has to do with the other. I mean, just because a girl has daddy issues doesn't mean that she's, a freak.
Like the trope, though.
Yeah, but I thought they were talking about real life. I mean,
I think they're also trying to make a joke.
I see. Well, I didn't think it was a joke because the word paprika wasn't in the text. So I was like, well, that's my baseline now. Yeah.
Can't take it seriously at
Nope.
this point.
And by the way, some people are a little prudish, but that's okay too.
I'm prude.
Your job as someone who's with them is to make them less prudish.
Yeah.
Your job is to get them to feel comfortable and not in a way that makes them creeped out.
That's exactly what happened with Brian and I. On our first date, and I fully, at the time, felt this when I was like, I'm not really that into sex. I can kind of take it or leave it. I don't like talking about it, and why am I even talking about it? And it's different now.
No, I understand. I mean, you guys have been together if it wasn't different, you'd have serious problems because, because some people just kind of resign themselves to, well, this is how I am, and you've got to blah, blah, blah. And that's fine too, but you're going to run into problems that way as well. So the prude thing, I'm like, and by the way, that means a different thing to everybody too. It's like, oh, she's a prude. She won't even let me put it in the bag. It's like, yeah, I don't think that's what that means. But salt and ginger is the joke, Alan. Well, not to that guy, all right? He's got his own thing going on. And who am I to tell him one thing from the other? But, okay, well, listen, congratulations on a success. Did you say what the elapsed time was?
It says usually around like 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Sometimes more, sometimes less. Just
a good
depending
quarter
on
hour.
what we're doing.
There's not a timer that goes off. Well, if you didn't finish, it's over now.
Sorry. Time's up.
Like parental controls on FaceTime, Oh, my laptop's going to shut off here in 30 seconds. Are you done yet? Oh, I got to go, honey.
That's it.
I'm sorry. Wipe off the camera and we'll talk again tomorrow. All right, I'm going to take a break. Comedian Phil Hanley is going to join us. We're going to catch up with him. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. I will also have those Santa tickets for you. Next spring, they had such a good time doing it this year, they're doing it next year. It's Pussifer and A Perfect Circle and Primus, all in honor of Maynard Keenan's 61st birthday. They're going to do Blossom in May. They just announced the show. I will have those tickets for you coming back. Anything else? Shoot me a text, 35192, or listen on the iHeartRadio app.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
The Disney Plus Blockbuster offer. For a limited time, get 3 months of Disney Plus for just $1.99 a month.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, make some noise!
You can now watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu, beginning October 7th.
All right, you guys are out for a party, I can tell.
You'll see the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen
because of one single game. I just come here to play basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and start listening.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
All right, they announced the second year of the Say Santa tour. If you want to go, it's next spring, so you'll be sitting on these for a minute, but it'll be a good show. It's Primus and Pussifer and A Perfect Circle. 2/3 of that. Maynard Keenan's got his grubby little mitts in there. It'll be his 61st birthday celebration. All the bands on stage at the same time. It'll be Bedlam, and it'll be a good time. Sunday, May 25th, out at Blossom. If you want to go, livenation.com has all the details for you. This pair for you if you're caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. A drummer. Or even the real musician, he just makes a noise. If he played the violin or the piano, anything that made sense, but the drums.
100.7 WMMS.
Driving that train.
I did the obvious poll. I went for Casey Jones, but I don't know what. Phil Hanley's here, and I know he's a big Deadhead, and he hasn't been here in a little while, and I don't know what your go-to. I know very little about the Grateful Dead.
Oh, you got to get into it.
Sugar Magnolia? You're not talking about any of the songs people know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's versions. I talk about versions of songs. I listen to live shows. You listen to live shows. But, yeah, I mean, Casey Jones is great.
You're Canadian.
I am, yeah.
The Grateful Dead, when did they start speaking to you?
When they started speaking to me, I'm dyslexic, and I found out that Bob Weir was dyslexic, and that really helped. And also, when I was a teenager, someone put a substance in my drink.
That expanded your mind?
Frequently, yeah. They did it every Friday. And
was that someone you?
Yeah, and that someone was me. And yeah, it just it lent myself. I struggled in school. I needed to get out of my reality, and the drink thing helped. And then yeah, I just got into the Dead. And it's funny. I like listen to different music. I'm super stoked that Oasis are gonna tour again. And I was like, listen to Oasis. And then whenever I put the Dead on, there's just unquestionably this is where I should be.
So are you a guy then who somebody could throw a clip of a Dead song and you go, oh, that's that? Like you know the whole catalog?
Yeah, when I was at my absolute best,
yeah,
and I just got off a flight, so please don't test me. But when I was at my absolute best, so the Dead played from 1965 to 1995, and I could guess what year the live performance was always within 6 months. So I might go like, that was 89.
Oh, wow.
And it was actually March 90. But generally I would get the year, but sometimes I'd be off but I would say that was, it would be like February. I would say 89, but it would be February of 90 basically.
Do you play an instrument?
I played bass.
Okay.
I'm not a skilled musician.
Right. Well, I always think, because I'm a drummer, but I could never get into...
I can play guitar. You guys want to start a band?
We should do that.
It's a no-brainer.
Hey, how long are you here? I could never get into, quote-unquote, jam bands.
Okay.
Couldn't get into the Dead, not into Fish.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that those guys are all
phenomenal,
fantastic musicians. Yeah. So I'm still to this day, I'm more of a metal guy, but it's like friends of mine that are at your level with the Dead and bands like that. I was like, I get where they're coming from. It just never spoke to me that way.
Well, I was into heavy metal when I was a kid. No offense. And,
no, listen, most people have gotten out of it by the time they're 53 years old.
No, I have nothing against other jam bands, but no other jam band does it for me.
Okay.
The Dead, I improvise a lot on stage.
Yeah.
And just lyrically, Robert Hunter's lyrics are just so good. And I think as a kid and being dyslexic and not being able to read, these songs would take, like Terrapin Station takes you on this journey. So it was kind of just a perfect storm of I was such a candidate.
It was also the band that talked to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And also in Canada, it's not like here there's like the Dead have so much baggage. You're like, oh, that guy in school I didn't like, and my uncle that's estranged from the family, and someone who's likely imprisoned.
Yeah.
Canada didn't really have that. So it was like
a clean slate with you. With
it was
Dead.
a band that not a lot of people were into. And if you want to take a dive into a band, there's no other place you can take such a deep dive. There's thousands of shows that you can listen to. So it's like endless, endless experience of new stuff. And they played it different. Jerry played it different every single time.
You could be putting stuff in your drink on Fridays for the rest of your life.
You absolutely could. Although I don't encourage that, and I don't put things in my drinks anymore.
Yeah,
but
say no, kids.
It's crazy how often it happened back then.
Yeah. Phil Hanley is at Hilarities this weekend. The show tonight is at 7 o'clock, 7 and 9:45 tomorrow and Saturday. And I'm a big fan of yours.
Oh, thank you.
Whenever something new, you're always posting stuff on Instagram, and it's always very, very funny because it's just a lot of it is you talking to people, and it's very quick, and you're kind of very casual with your response to people, and I think that's very, very funny. You have a book that is coming out.
I have a book.
How quickly is this coming? It's all done.
It's done.
Yeah.
It's done. It's done. There's one joke that I'm trying to put in that it might not get in. But it's done. It comes out March 18th. I beg of people to pre-order it.
It's called Spellbound, My Life as a Dyslexic Wordsmith.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's about it starts off primarily about, when I'm identified with my learning disability, and then I talk about my experiences in special ed and stuff like that. And then my friends went to college. I became a model. I lived in Europe, and then slowly found my way to stand up. And it talks about, my whole life.
Now, last time you were here, I think it's been a couple of years, but the model thing kind of slipped out. And I think Bill knew. I didn't know.
Bill's a true fan.
Well, he's a true modeling fan, I guess.
Yeah, I knew you from your modeling, not from your stand-up.
Yeah. I remember you in the Versace ads at the back of Spin magazine. But that blew my mind.
Yeah, it blew my mind at the time. I was a skinny dude who, growing up in Oshawa, Ontario, which is a smaller version of Cleveland, Ohio.
Yep.
And it didn't even cross my mind. I grew up with a woman that became a very successful model, and she was concerned that I was just going to stay in my hometown and continue to have my drink spiked. And she encouraged me to go to Europe, and I went to Europe very uncomfortably. And
she said you're a good looking dude, or that you have a look that they would be looking for.
Yes, I have a look that they were looking for at the time. It was a trend called heroin chic.
So this is early 90s?
Is it early 90s? No, it would be the later 90s.
Okay.
And and I did it, and it was wild, and I lived in England, and I spent time in Milan and Paris, and very fish out of water situation.
You were hobnobbing, as it were.
I was hobnobbing.
Yeah.
Yeah, knob-hobbing.
Rubbing elbows.
There's that dyslexia.
Yeah.
And so at what point do you go, this is not, did you see, you have to be surrounded by cautionary tales in that world.
Yeah, totally. But what it was, so I grew up in the town, a suburb of Toronto. My dad was in the insurance business, did not care for his occupation, did a great job and was very, successful at it, but wasn't thrilled to get up and do it every day. And I was miserable in school, as you can imagine, if you can't read. And I was just like hell bent on doing something that I loved and doing something that I wanted to do.
And not following in your father's footsteps.
Well, just, like following his footsteps in a lot of ways, but just not occupation wise.
Right.
And so as I was modeling, which was the last thing that I felt equipped to do physically or mentally, I was like working with photographers and stylists and people that were like thrilled to do this job. Like a photographer that's like, I got a camera when I was 7 years old, know? And I was like, dang, what have I done since I was 7 years old? And eventually I came to the answer after years. I was like, I've been a smart ass my whole life.
Yep.
And
let's try to monetize that.
I tried comedy. I did improv when I was living in England, modeling. I did improv in this like weird church basement for the first time. Got a pop from the other students in a scene, and the scene was actually about LSD. And it's true.
You're like, now they're speaking my language.
Yeah. And I got a laugh, and it was such this crazy eureka moment where I'm like, oh my, this feels like getting a laugh from friends or family, even though it's complete strangers. And
it feels real good.
You'll never talk to
Feels
anybody.
real good.
You'll never talk to anybody who gets an organic laugh and their reaction is, "It was okay."
Yeah.
It's like it's instantly a drug.
It really was.
Yeah.
And so I, kind of wrapped things up in England and moved. My family had moved to Vancouver by that time, and I started stand-up with the intention of, moving to New York ultimately. So
when you start the modeling thing, I have to imagine that your family and whoever your friends were at the time were like, "What are you talking about?"
my best friend, Pugs, I remember telling him, and I was really self-conscious about it because it's like Oshawa's a tough town. It's a hockey town.
Yeah.
And I remember telling him, and he's like, "Just your face, right?" Because I was so skinny.
Right.
Like, I mean, I was like, I probably weighed, when I started modeling, I weighed definitely less than 120 pounds.
Okay.
So
At this height?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bill,
you were like a broom.
Shredded.
Yeah,
no.
right.
I was just skinny, and I'd never, wasn't an athlete or anything like that. So I would swim with a t-shirt on, and then like within a few months I was like working for Armani. Like, it wasn't
right.
And I look back now and I can look at a photo of me, back then and think like, oh, I kind of see it now. But at the time I was like, this is like, it felt like a prank show that they wanted me to model.
You kept waiting for somebody to be like, "This isn't the guy."
Yeah,
whose idea was this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so what was the, so you start doing the improv thing and you're like, oh, obviously there's a short shelf life on modeling for anybody. I mean, there are people who do it for a long time, but that wasn't what you were looking to do.
No, but.
Because you had fallen into it.
Well, I had fallen into it, but I had just started to actually like do what you want to do when you're modeling. There's like, the glory things of editorial and stuff like that. But catalog stuff, you make a lot of money. And I just started actually making money. But I wasn't happy, and I went through a breakup in London, and I don't know why they did it, but my family encouraged me. They're like, "Well, if you're not happy, try something else." But I'm like, here's a kid who can't read, is never held a shovel in his hand.
Yeah.
And you're encouraging him to leave a job that is very easy and can be lucrative. So I stopped.
With no reading involved.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And it's a shock if you can read in that industry.
Right.
So it's crazy, but they encouraged me to come home, and I started comedy. But it was at a point though where I was like, oh, I can actually make a run of this doing modeling. I was at about the 4-year mark, and I started doing some catalog stuff in Germany and stuff.
Well, also with the stand-up thing, it's different than if you're dyslexic and you're going out for roles. You want to act. You're trying to read scripts, and that can be problematic. Stand-up,
Totally.
I mean, you might. Everybody's got their own process. You might jot things down, but a lot of people aren't writing anything down, and so it's just that would remove that variable from the creativity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I choose to do things as difficult as I can possibly do for whatever. I mean, it's
hence the book.
Absolutely, hence the book. So I write down, like, parts of my show are as improvised as they can possibly be.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 3 words into a 5-word sentence and I have no clue what the last 2 words are going to be. Or my jokes are I write them. I try to chop syllables and memorize them and deliver them. So I do. I write everything out. Like,
but the combination of those two things can be really effective. Like when you're literally performing a couple of lines, and then something else, you're kind of playing with it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and for me, it's the most fun, and it's also, it's weird after all these years of listening to, when I'm writing and stuff like that, I'll listen to 40 hours of the Grateful Dead a week. Like, it's just on constantly.
Right.
And they improvise. I mean, they had their songs, and then they just, they called it, Bob Weir calls it taking a walk in the woods. They would just go off. And so, maybe it just filtered in osmosis wise.
But also when you're on stage, I mean, for people who follow Phil Hanley on Instagram, when you're on stage, many times you're in a Dead sweatshirt or a t-shirt or something like that.
Yeah.
So just going up there, people are going to start with that nugget of assumption about you.
Yeah, I want, like, people send me stuff. There's like amazing artists, and there's so much bootleg stuff made from the Dead, and I have friends that design stuff officially for the band and stuff, and they send me stuff. But for me, it's like that guy that wants to talk to you about
crypto
or his religion or whatever. I feel that the Dead enrich my life so much that I would encourage people to listen to it.
Right.
You know,
you're proselytizing to people, kind of.
I
You're
really
trying to
am.
convert them
And
to
I mean, trust me, I don't stop my show and be like, quote Jerry or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's been such a positive thing for me, and I mean, it's anyone who's inspired by anything. I mean, Bob Weir is still playing and still improvising and pushing it to the edge, and so I get a lot of inspiration from that.
Well, that's always the amazing thing too when people talk about these bands that are going on 50th anniversary tours, right?
Yeah.
The Who and the Stones, and I think Grateful Dead or Dead and Company have
60th this summer
officially, but they kind of called it quits. But those guys, like what, Rat Dog still goes out?
Rat Dog is no more. It's called Dead and Co. But they did a 50th anniversary Soldiers Field, and the surviving members played the show with actually Trey from Fish, and it was a phenomenal. That was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So now the 60th anniversary will be approaching next summer.
But my point is, people always go, "Oh God, why do these guys still go?" I'm like, why would you not do it as long as you could possibly do it? If
absolutely.
You still have the affinity for it, and you still have the ability.
Yeah.
Some of these guys,
and you get to have that improvisational aspect of it that makes it exciting to do it every time. You have to play the song exactly how it sounds on the record.
Absolutely. And they really, I mean, with Dead and Co, John Mayer joined the band, and there was a whole other new generation that came. So it was really fun for me because, I mean, I used to go to Rat Dog shows, which was Bob Weir's project.
Yeah.
And it was like, wasn't really co-ed. It was a lot of like, older dudes older, fairly sweaty, lots of white dudes with dreadlocks type vibe.
Right.
And the bands are great, and I enjoy myself immensely. But now when John Mayer joined the band, there's like a new youth of like, dudes that kind of look like John Mayer, and then their girlfriends that kind of look like someone John Mayer would date or whatever.
Right.
So,
have you ever bumped into John Mayer doing comedy
yes,
stuff?
He
hangs out at the Cellar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we've got to talk about the Dead at the Cellar table. I'm just fast. I mean, he memorized like 200 songs or something like that. It not only memorized them the way Jerry played them, and then applied his own skill and technique and stuff like that. So I've asked him many questions about just that, like to sit down and start with one song.
Was he ever like, okay. I write songs about like myself too?
No, I mean, he really embraced the job and I mean, no.
I think that's why he's been so accepted by
exactly
the people that because you can't just put anybody in that band and be like, he's pretty good. Like he has the respect and the dedication.
He
to
really
do it right.
does. Yeah, he's definitely celebrated. And if knowing just whatever doesn't make sense, that's the Grateful Dead way to do it. And I mean, for someone who was thought of as kind of a pop star to replace the most anti-pop star, someone. I mean, Garcia didn't want to be famous. He wanted to be a working musician, and that's it. He didn't want to be looked up to in the way that he did. He wanted to, he wanted to be a good guitar player is what he wanted to be. And John Mayer it's just such a Dead thing that it just the way it happened.
Yeah.
It's unexpected, like their music.
Phil Hanley is doing the weekend at Hilarities tonight. The show is at 7 o'clock tomorrow, and Saturday it is 7 and 9:45. You can go to hilarities.com for the details. You get to go home for a little bit after leaving Cleveland and going somewhere else?
I do a book event in Portland on Monday.
Yeah.
And then I go to Vancouver to see my family for, I think, like 36 hours. And then I have shows next weekend in Calgary and Edmonton. And
you're literally just home for like a day and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then I'm going to get photos for my book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The book is called Spellbound. The parenthetical subtitle, My Life as a Dyslexic Wordsmith, which is available for pre-order.
Please.
You could get a signed copy is
Yes.
what I'm looking
Whoa.
at. Look at that. Did
Thank
you
you.
even know that, or did the publishing company decide it?
You know what? When you
They have a stamp of your signature.
well,
They'll just put it.
there's a thing where you get like a nameplate and
Yeah.
it's like a sticker that goes into the book. And I was like, I think I rather have it the actual book signed by the author.
Yes.
So I'm going to a warehouse in Virginia at some point in the fall, and I'm signing however many books that I pre-sell. And I'm hoping to me, I think for what I want, I mean, for myself, but also I just think I was in special ed. I took the short bus to school.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a book in like the ultimate way to like, I was mistreated by teachers, and the ultimate like F you
is the book
to them.
Yeah.
Is if my book gets on the New York Times bestseller list, and I'm gunning for it, and I never put that out there. I never say like, oh, my dream is to do this, my dream is to do that.
Right.
But that is like my goal.
Well,
so
anti-manifestation.
if you can, if you can pre-order my book, you get a signed copy, and if you pre-order it now, you get a signed copy. We don't know how that's like a limited time, but yeah, and it's not just about dyslexia, and it's not just about comedy. It's it's kind of my journey.
In the service of righteous pettiness, make sure that Phil Hanley can tell all those teachers,
absolutely,
go get screwed. Here's my book.
They called me dumb.
Yeah. That would have been a great name for the book.
Yeah, that's not bad, actually.
The next one you can call. Now, will there be an audio book version? Will you read your own book?
There will be an audiobook version. It was assumed that I wouldn't read it because, I mean, I have friends that are in it, and I've like tried to just read the passage about them.
Yeah.
And I struggle. But somehow I felt, unless it's absolutely impossible, I felt that it should be me reading the book.
Yeah, read by the author.
Yeah, so it will be...
Or John Mayer.
John
Mayer.
Yeah, exactly. It will be, and it's going to be a brutal week or 10 days or whatever, but I'm going to do my best. So unless they're like, yeah, this is unlistenable, which it could very well be, because there's a lot of stutters. There's a lot of like, what's this word? You know, umbrella.
But it's not like, but also the word dyslexic is on the cover. So anybody listening, it might not, to your point, it might not be a smooth listening experience. Yeah. But it's not going to be a shocking one.
No, it will be. We won't put it out unless it's smooth. So I'll do whatever I have to do, even if it's like memorizing chapters at a time. I will do it. It's funny. Just like I still can't spell the word dyslexia. I misspell it wrong all the time.
I think for people who don't even have it, they're not spelling dyslexia properly.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a tough one.
X and a Y, and there are other things in there too. Well, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much for coming in. Or thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
we'll see you next time.
Yeah, and also thanks for coming in.
Listen, I try to come in as much as I possibly can, and you
look great. You both look great. You look a little different than last time I saw you.
Clean living in Jesus, baby.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Add the dead to that.
Yeah. Phil Hanley is at Hilarities this weekend. Go to philhanley.com. I assume you can pre-order the book there. I found it. Yeah, I found it. The book is Spellbound, My Life as a Dyslexic Wordsmith. And the show's at Hilarities tonight, one show, 7 o'clock. Two of them tomorrow and Saturday at 7 and 9:45. You can go to hilarities.com for the info.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
The Disney Plus Blockbuster offer. For a limited time, get 3 months of Disney Plus for just $1.99 a month.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I went through a phase when I was a kid where I would walk around on all fours and pretend I was a tiger. I was like 7 years old.
Ooh, that's old.
I think a lot of kids probably do stuff like that. You know,
My 3-year-old does, yeah. Grandson.
Well, I was a little slow.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
Hello, parents. It's Mr. Jim, and I want to invite your kids to listen to Kids Short Stories. You see, kids all around the world listen to Kids Short Stories and send in their ideas, and every single day, I create a brand new story about them finding treasure, stopping the bad guy, or flying on a unicorn. If you're looking to cut down on screen time, search for Mr. Jim. So listen to Kids Short Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bored with the same old night out? Come have a ball at Penn's Mechanical Company. We're not just old school games, we're a playground for grown-ups. Sip on craft cocktails or beer while you challenge your crew to pinball, arcade games, bocce, duck pin bowling, and more. We're located on West 25th in Ohio City, right next to 16-Bit Bar and Arcade. So if you're bored with the same old night out, have a ball at Penn's Mechanical Company. Drinks, games, fun. That's how we roll.
John Legend here. How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season. You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
You might not realize it, but right now, you're driving around in one heck of a down payment. And Kia of Streetsboro is here to tell you, your current ride can get you up to $5,000 over Kelley Blue Book toward any new Kia in stock. No other Kia dealer can offer anything close to that. Bring in your trade ASAP and get up to $5,000 over KBB toward any new Kia in stock. Like a brand new Kia Forte LXS, leased for only $79 per month. That's up to $5,000 over KBB for your trade, and a Kia Forte LXS for $79 a month. Plus, Kia of Streetsboro is offering financing as low as 0%. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro or KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Tax, title, and tags not included. 24-month lease. 10,000 miles per year. 3,000 due at inception. Rebates to dealers. See dealer for details.
Cleveland. Don't miss Hate Breed's 30th anniversary tour October 2nd at the Agora. With special guests Carcass, Harm's Way, and Crypta. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Hate Breed 30th anniversary, October 2nd at the Agora. Get your tickets now.
My name is Joseph Uten. I live in Washington Courthouse, Ohio, and I'm a Republican.
I'm Carol List from Sunbury, Ohio, and so am I.
My name's Jackie L. Cooper. I live in the great city of Hillsboro, Ohio, and I'm a Republican, too.
But this year's Senate election isn't about party.
2024 Ram trucks. Stop in or shop online at deaconschrysler.com. You just gotta make it to Mayfield because you'll always win at Deacons.
Name calling, pushing, ignoring, whispering, throwing things. Bullying is very much alive in school.
Students with learning and thinking differences are 31% more likely to be bullied. Some kids are wired differently, but all kids can thrive with the right support. Talk with your child's educators to prevent bullying. Not sure how? Understood.org's In It podcast has the right info to get started. Visit understood.org to learn more.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I believe we have another winner on the phone. What do you think about that? This guy's a weirdo.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. Email, anything like that. While you're there, you can get the full schedule on this season's Cox Out pregames. When the Browns are on the road, that is when we go out there with Bud Light. We're doing the football face-off tournament. If you got a good arm and you can get those tiny little balls in the hole, you can win your way to Vegas. We got a couple of rounds of this, but somebody from Northeast Ohio is going to go to Vegas. And then you will compete against everyone else out there. And one person goes to New Orleans for the big game, 2025. So we got two of them in a row. Browns are away this Sunday and next. So this Sunday, I'll be at the Lakewood Truck Park from 3:30 to 5:30. And then on October the 6th, I'll be at the local bar in Strongsville. That's from noon to 2. But if you go to AlanCoxShow.com, hit the contest page, and you'll get all of the details on coming out and hanging for one of the Cox Out pre-games. They're a lot of fun. Love seeing you guys and having some pops and tossing the football around. Maybe get yourself to Las Vegas. Guardians are off tonight. They beat the Reds twice, 5-2, 6-1 over the past couple of nights. And so the final home series, the regular season, is against the Houston Astros. That'll be tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, 7:10, your first pitch tomorrow night on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how's it going?
Mark, how are you?
Had a couple. Good. I just had a couple questions for you. As you know, back in 91 to 94, I was with the Indians then. Just want to, what's your take on teams clinching too early, considering the tradition of those teams struggling? What's your thoughts on clinching too early? And I'm going to give you a compound question. Are you familiar with Kevin Brennan?
The comedian?
Yes.
What's happening right now? Yeah.
But I want your opinion on teams clinching too early.
Remember Mark Lewis, Bill?
I don't.
Mark played for the Cleveland Indians, right, Mark?
Cool.
Yeah, from to 94 and into the Reds and then back again in 2001.
He played all over. Played for the Tigers.
Orioles, Phillies, Giants,
yeah.
Tigers.
Yeah. Yep. How'd you end up on my phone, Mark?
Well, I was watching you on MLC podcast, and I came over here and thought I'd give you a call.
I see. You were watching me on what?
MLC podcast.
MLC podcast.
Misery Loves Company with Kevin Brennan.
Oh, I see.
The world famous comedian.
Yeah. Well, you weren't watching me there, Mark.
Yeah, he was. What do they call that? He was sniping you.
I see.
He was
okay.
on his podcast sniping you. So I decided to give you a call.
Yeah, I don't know him, so I'm not sure why he would be.
Well, you know Chad Zumach, right?
I do.
I think that's where the connection is. Okay, so that's the connection.
That
but
guy,
anyway,
that guy hasn't been here
in
Mark. That guy hasn't been here in 15 years.
Okay,
I don't know why anybody would be.
So you left an impression. So,
yeah,
but
clearly.
I really want to talk about what do you think about the teams clinching early?
I think it's great. Earlier the better.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mark. There's Mark Lewis, who apparently played for the Cleveland Indians and played for a lot of other teams, and a guy that used to be on this show apparently is still obsessed with what's happening over here, I guess. And
I mean, who isn't really?
I'm not.
I didn't. I was really confused there for a second. I didn't know what he was talking about, but okay, well, there you go. Congratulations. Still being talked about 15 years later by whatever. How about more Brian? You know, Brian left me a bunch of messages.
Go.
Brian,
who Brian?
We do a little, well, I turned them in to guess, name that tune, but Brian will call and leave voicemails. He left me about a dozen over the course of a half an hour very early this morning. And sometimes, I have to warn you here, preamble, sometimes he will do it in a very, very strange voice, like a baby voice. So I want you to tell me if you know the song he's singing here.
I don't think he knows the song.
Is this Little Georgie?
What is Little Georgie?
Like, my mama didn't want me and she committed an abortion.
I don't know
like that.
I don't know that.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, I'm not.
He's singing. We were talking about one-hit wonders yesterday. And a guy named Bruce Springsteen was a one-hit wonder, and he got famous off of Santa Claus is Coming to Town. And that's what Brian is singing there, is Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
Oh.
He's making a list, and he's checking it twice, is where he picks it up.
I'm more familiar.
You know the Bruce Springsteen version.
Yeah, right. Put him on the map.
You know, nobody talks about Bruce Springsteen when they talk about one-hit wonders, but there it is. A lot of people on the text were able to. People are texting me. They knew exactly what Brian was singing. It took me two or three times to figure out what he was singing. But sometimes he'll get me stuff in that weird voice. I heard from one of our bureau chiefs out in Colorado, by the way. There is a guy. They've got something called the buck. It's another wildfire out there. What is it called? It's called the Bucktail Fire. And this has been burning for over a month. And they think that they've determined the guy who did it. And he sounds pretty dumb. It doesn't sound like he just started it on purpose. But the way that it started, I'll just play the report here.
Now on the Bucktail Fire burning out near Montrose County, a Nucla man, get this, is accused of starting the blaze because he was trying to cremate his dog.
According to an affidavit from the Montrose County Sheriff's Office, 63-year-old Brent Garber, a homeless man, tried to perform a ceremony for his dog who had been recently euthanized. The affidavit says he put his dog in a pit and lit the wood, then threw a fly spray can, which later exploded and then caught a tree on fire. The Bucktail Fire started August 1st and has burned more than 7,000 acres. It's roughly 80% contained. Garber is due in court tomorrow for a plea hearing. He's facing arson and trespassing charges.
Okay, so the guy wants to cremate his dog. Now, I've never had a dog put down. I wasn't aware that when you euthanize the dog that you then take it with you.
I thought it probably costs extra, though.
Right, but you get to just take it with you?
Any money. I mean, what are they going to do with it?
Yeah, but you got to pay to have it put down, don't you? That costs money.
Mm-hmm. If he's like, I want to bury it myself, can I have the body? I don't think. Can they tell you no? I mean, it's your dog.
I saw a guy on an off-ramp earlier in the week. I forget where I was, but it was a guy, homeless guy, and he's standing there, and he's got a sign on a stick. And it's your standard, hey, anything will help, fair, whatever it is. But right next to him is a wheelchair with a dog in it. But the dog is, as I'm rounding the corner, I see that the dog, it looked like a pit or one of those bigger dogs, and it was slumped over the back of the wheelchair. So like the top of the seat was in the dog's neck, and the dog, I have to assume that the dog was still alive. I don't know if it was dead. That's morbid. And the dog looked like it was sleeping, but his head was just hanging off the back of the wheelchair. I'm like, what is happening here with these?
He's over it.
This guy, and the dog just looked like he had had enough, and he wanted nothing more to do with it. But this guy out there in Colorado, he wants to give his dog a fond farewell. And up until, you figure, okay, puts the dog in a pit. All right. Throw some wood in there. All right. He had carved into a little rock. The dog's name was Rocket. And so he was trying to hold a small funeral for his dog. And so he had dug a pit. And there was a rock that said October 2017 to July 2024. Rocket dog, rest in peace, buddy, is what it said. So puts the dog in the pit with the wood. But then he throws, like the lady said, throws a can of insect spray in there. I guess he thought that would what? The thinking
like
is
gasoline?
What? That will,
like
right. That will accelerate the whole thing.
It. Like kindling.
I guess I always think that if you are homeless for any appreciable amount of time, you've learned some things, right? You know a few things. You've been living on the street. You've learned the good, the bad, and the ugly about life. And throwing a pressurized can of insect spray onto a fire, well, here's the silver lining, though. You know what? That guy's not homeless anymore.
I was just going to say that. I was like, maybe he did that on purpose.
He's not homeless.
He's like, my dog's dead. I'm homeless. I got nothing to live for. Screw it. If anything happens, maybe I'll catch on fire. Maybe a tree will catch on fire. Maybe they'll come arrest me.
And, this was in the middle of a forest in the middle of nowhere. So I don't know where this guy was homeless, unless he was like living in the woods or something. I don't know.
What state?
This is in Colorado.
There's not a lot of homeless dogs out here in New York. I'm serious.
I
think
mean,
you
that's
see
good.
that quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like homeless people with pets. I haven't really seen that many.
Maybe it's more West Coast thing. Everybody's got a dog with them out there. I remember first being out there.
Yeah, when I was in
where
Spokane,
I was like, man,
a lot of homeless with dogs.
In here too.
Yeah.
But maybe you just haven't been in the right areas of New York yet, Mary.
Maybe not. My neighborhood doesn't have very many homeless people, like, at all. So when I do see them, it's usually around the comedy clubs. There's one guy who gets butt naked and brushes his feet off with a broom. He's near the stand all the time.
Brushes the dirt off of his feet?
He's cleaning his feet with a broom. That's always his go-to move. Completely naked, brooming himself off.
Yeah.
And, you see him once a week, and then cops come swoop him up, and he's gone for a few days, and he'll be back the next week totally naked. With his broom.
It's like, come on, dude, write some new material.
I'm like, maybe he's a witch. I don't know.
Alan, the vet will let you keep the dog if you have it euthanized. It costs extra for them to cremate it. Plan accordingly is expensive. Boy, I did not know that. I did not know that they would euthanize your dog and then you could just walk off with it.
Well, dude, people taxidermy animals and stuff.
Yeah, but I thought that they
have the body for that.
Yeah, but I figured there was the taxidermist comes and gets it, and then you get it back when it's stuffed, and you put it on your mantle. I guess I didn't realize you take the dog, transport it to the taxidermist. I guess like when a person dies, they come get the body from the hospital or the house. You don't take the body to you don't take it to the funeral home.
Yeah, but dogs aren't people.
No, I understand. I just thought that maybe there was a...
Add to the list.
Mary Santora's list. Dogs aren't people.
Dogs aren't people.
All right.
That's a good one. That's a banger.
Try to argue it.
I'm not.
Good. No,
that's why I want it on the list. I can't argue it.
Dogs aren't people. Okay. Let me see if there's anything similar to that. This might be something that she is trying to get past us, but she's thrown it out before. Dogs aren't people. The most recent addition was you don't want a poop shower.
I don't even remember that one.
Well, of course not. That's the beauty of the list. There are alcoholics in France. And I can't drink a whole glass of spit.
These are all true facts.
Again, we haven't even tested that. We
never
don't
said the
know
word.
if we're not debating the veracity. My question is we don't know that you can't drink a whole glass of spit.
No, I know that.
Not with that attitude. You never know what you can do until you push
all right,
yourself.
What if you drink a whole glass of spit and you'll never be tired again? Like you'll never feel tired.
What size is the glass?
It's like a regular 8-ounce glass.
Whose spit? My own spit?
No.
It's
a variety of people's spit.
And they've all been tested?
Yeah,
No.
you're not going to they're not it's just spit. It's healthy, clean spit.
It makes me want to throw up just thinking about it, dude.
You don't feel tired?
I think I'm more mentally tired than anything.
Well, you wouldn't be mentally tired.
You wouldn't be mentally or physically
You would never have
tired.
that feeling of exhaustion. Of whatever you feel right now, that fogginess, you'd be like,
One glass of dude, I can't. I'm starting to salivate. I can't.
Because you're thirsty?
I mean,
thirsty for spit. It's making her hungry.
No. Stop, you're making me puke.
Thirsty for Spit. That's a good album name.
Mm-hmm. Old Screaming Trees, I think.
Yeah.
Well, think about it.
I don't know if I could do that.
Because Bill and I have been getting into voodoo, and there might be something
Voodoo.
there. Huh? There might be something that we can deal with there. Might be able to fix that up. One glass of spit.
I don't think I could do that.
An 8-ounce glass.
Can I throw up? I wouldn't be able to do it without puking. I already know that.
Well, whatever comes out, you got to drink.
No way. No way, dude.
All right.
Absolutely not.
Listen, these are the important things that we need to hash out.
Could you do it?
Drink a glass of spit
Yeah. Ugh.
to never be tired. I mean, I think I might need a little bit more than never be tired again. I'd need a little bit more than that. An 8-ounce glass.
That's a ton of spit, dude.
It's like a ball jar. I mean, I guess not even a whole one. It's those are 12-ounce glasses, I think. Yeah, but if you don't really think about it, you close your eyes because some of it's going to be clear, but some of it's going to be green. There's going to be reds in it.
It's not about the color or the way it looks. It's about the viscosity.
The viscosity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be like a melted milkshake.
She's not down with the thickness.
Yeah.
No.
Ooh,
All right. Well, that's one more thing that we know about Mary. You right there?
No. That's so gross, dude.
One more thing that we know about her.
I feel like spit is so nasty.
It is nasty. It comes
Like
from
if
people's
someone-
mouths. And
when
a lot of people take terrible care of their mouths.
When you said, is there anything someone could say that would instantly make you fight them? If someone spit on me, I'd hit them in the face.
Oh, well, that is considered assault. I mean,
If someone, I don't think I would even hesitate to punch someone in the mouth if they spit on me.
now
I
you're
think
talking
that's,
about
like, the most-
actively full on, not somebody who just how some people talk and they end up spitting.
I mean like in a disrespectful
someone
way.
yeah,
to it
right.
on her.
Hawk to spit on that thing.
Yeah.
All right, well, good to know. I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to have, I got food for you. Did we get you nice and hungry? Oh, I got food from the original Steak and Hoagie for you after the break. From Philly to the land, steaksandhoagies.com. Details. 35192. You can send me a text for anything and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
Las Vegas, make some noise!
You can now watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu, beginning October 7th.
All right, you guys are up for a party, I can
out.
You'll see the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, The Weeknd, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
Thank you to iHeart and everything for having us.
This is the only time you will see a lineup of superstar performers like this on one stage on one night.
insights breaking down the games. Steve Hartman and former Penn State All-American Rich Ornberger kick off coverage at 1 p.m. Eastern. Jets take a 14-10 lead. Dan Byer and former NFL All-Pro safety Kerry Rhodes take over at 5.
Time is ticking in Kansas City.
Keep track of your team, your bets, and your fantasy players. Just open the free iHeart app and search Fox Sports Radio to start listening.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, get you something to eat here. If you want tailgate party pack from the original Steaks and Hoagies, featuring fresh cut fries and 4 authentic, delicious cheesesteaks and hoagies. Real shaved ribeye from Philly to the land. The original Steaks and Hoagies. You go to steaksandhoagies.com to find one close to you. Caller 10, this is yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
You guys are a bunch of morons, and I love it.
On 100.7 WMMS.
As I walk through the valley where I harvest my grain, I take a look at my wife and realize she's very plain. But that's just perfect for an Amish like me. You know I shun fancy things like electricity. At 4:30 in the morning I'm milking cows. Jebediah feeds the chickens and Jacob plows. Fool, and I've been milking and plowing so long that even Ezekiel thinks that my mind is gone. I'm a man of the land, I'm into discipline. Got a Bible in my hand and a beard on my chin. But if I finish all of my chores and you finish thine, then tonight we're gonna party like it's 1699. We've been spending most our lives living in an Amish paradise. I churn butter once or twice, living in an Amish paradise.
We were talking the other day about Weird Al getting way out in front of next year's tour. The tickets are on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. on the show, about a year away. The bigger and weirder tour he's going out in 2025, including a show out at Blossom on September the 13th of next year, 2025. But they will go on sale tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. And my mind was kind of blown. I was watching John Oliver's show, and he pointed out that Weird Al is older than Tim Walz.
Ha!
Right? Vice presidential candidate with Kamala Harris, Tim Walz. Weird Al is going to be 65 years old next month. And Tim Walz just turned 60 this past April. Now, the question is, who wore it better? I mean, if you want to do like the hair swap, Weird Al's hair, which is not necessarily a hallmark of his vibe, but he's had long hair for a long, long time. You only chop it off. Weird Al could easily shave his head, and it wouldn't hurt his popularity at all.
You're a liar.
Oh, you think so?
You don't think that's part of him? It's like Slash.
Yeah, but Slash is always wearing a dopey top hat.
But I'm saying, like, Slash has the hat and the hair.
Mm-hmm.
Weird Al has the hair. That's part of it.
Mm.
If he went like a buzz cut, although, I mean, maybe.
I mean, he did originally have more of a fro look.
He did.
Than the long
and the
hair.
mustache.
Yeah.
And
He still got the mustache, right?
I don't think so. I think Weird Al's clean shaven. But he is weird, so who knows?
Yeah, I guess he is.
Yeah, but he's kept the long hair and he's clean shaven. Wonder what that guy's worth. I mean, Weird Al's a guy who it kind of ebbed and flowed for him for a while. And then he had some lean years there. What blew him back up? Just nostalgia?
I mean, when I was in elementary school, they would play his songs for us. Like, Just Eat It. Instead of Just Beat It. I remember listening to that in, like, 3rd or 4th grade during snack time. They would play it at the beginning of snack time.
That's how they would get you guys to eat your food?
That's how we knew it was snack time.
Oh, it was like you guys had a Pavlovian response to that song.
Maybe I was younger than that because I don't know if we had snacks in like 2nd and 3rd grade. I was young, but I specifically remember them playing that song.
They'd play the whole thing?
No.
1984.
Maybe.
I mean, the song predates.
I mean, this would have been like 90s, 95, 96.
Okay. Song was a decade old by then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your teacher would start the song, and you go, "Oh, it's snack time."
Well, they would only play like the chorus.
I
Like,
see.
Eat it. Just
Eat it. Eat
Yeah,
it. Oh,
yeah.
okay. Now, does this make your mouth water for that big glass of spit?
So gross.
Do you?
Why does it
Are
do
you?
that?
Does this trigger nostalgia in any? Anyway, Weird Al is going to be here next year, and he will be 65 years old. By the time we see him next year, he will be a few weeks away from his 66th birthday. And I think he's an old dad, too, isn't he? I mean, I remember seeing, of course, Jesus, that was a long time ago, but I remember him pushing a stroller. I was having dinner at a riverfront restaurant in Pittsburgh, and he was in town that weekend. And I'm literally, my table is right there next to the railing, next to the sidewalk, and then the river. And Weird Al is pushing a stroller, just walking there with his wife. So I guess, I know I suck at math, but that would make his kid like college age now, I guess. But I thought he had like a little kid too, but probably not, because I think he's been married to the same woman for a long, long time. But Weird Al, 64, Tim Walz, 60 years old. Star Wars saga blew him back up. What does that mean?
Because he had the Star Wars song. He had the a long, long time ago. He did like.
Oh, is that what it was?
That blew him back up in the mid 2000s, and then he had his like about 10 years ago. He had his album reach #1 on the charts for the very first time.
Okay,
just because everybody's like,
White and Nerdy was a thing, and
yeah, whatever the one that like the Lady Gaga one, I think it was.
Not Born This Way.
Paparazzi?
Perform This Way.
Oh, Perform This Way.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did, Riding Dirty. White and Nerdy.
Yeah,
that was
White
a
and
big
Nerdy.
one.
Yeah.
I think that might have been a comeback for him.
That was the song that I associated with him kind of coming back in a big way.
Yeah.
But I mean, he kind of had like there's eras. There's the 80s era, the 90s era, which was like Amish Paradise was huge.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I just.
But he's it's not like he did an album every year. He did an album like once every like 5 years, I feel.
Right. Because, I mean, you can Google him, and one of the questions is, what happened to Weird Al Yankovic? Following the release of Mandatory Fun.
Yeah, that was the
he
one
didn't
that,
do many songs.
Right, but Mandatory Fun was the one that made it to #1. Like, it was like #1 album. And
well, and that Daniel Radcliffe movie didn't hurt either.
No, it didn't.
That thing's 2 or 3 years old by now, I think.
And it was really funny.
It was great.
It was really good.
Yeah.
It did not have to be that good. It was so fun.
Right. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's called Weird, the Al Yankovic story, and it's
Not
bonkers.
a biopic.
Not a biopic.
Not a biopic.
Which I thought it was. And I was
No.
like, I didn't know he did all this crazy stuff. This is wild. He dated Madonna? Like,
Yeah, dated Madonna and what was fought that not El Chapo. Who was the guy back then? Who was the big drug guy?
Not. I was gonna say Salazar. That's not right.
No.
It's the whole
guy with the hippos.
Medellin.
pigs.
The whole.
It was
Castro.
No.
The Narcos guy.
Yeah.
It's right on the tip of my tongue.
Don't say-
Pablo Escobar.
Escobar. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Pablo Escobar. People are passing this Amari Cooper clip around from your Cleveland Browns, saying that the media, this is like a post-game Q&A or something, or media day thing. And I guess he missed a big play or something?
Amari Cooper?
Yeah, is that what they're giving him a hard time?
I don't know what
No, maybe somebody else.
He had 2 touchdowns.
Okay.
Like he played really well this past week.
Well, maybe they were asking him about somebody else. And he was complaining that
What's the clip?
local media doesn't ask good questions when they talk to these guys.
Some of y'all don't ask the best questions, but hey, you don't hear me criticizing. So, yeah, I think it's just the nature of the business. I mean, obviously we get scrutinized more than you guys do. So, I mean, I think maybe, maybe y'all should start asking questions in front of the camera so they can see y'all's faces. But yeah, I just think that's just how it goes. They see everything we do under a microscope, so we're going to get scrutinized more and for mistakes that everybody makes.
Okay. Anywho. Yeah, that's why they pay you $20 million to Dude, Mary Kay Cabot doesn't have to be on camera asking you a question. He's being very passive-aggressive there with the media. Yeah. And listen, if you're an athlete, I get it. You're getting asked, like, the same questions all the time, but then you drive off in a Bugatti. So I bet you can probably deal with it for a little while. I bet you'll be okay. I bet you'll be just fine.
What was the question? That was my...
The question was about... Mary Kay Cabot asked about a play on Sunday in which Deshaun Watson appeared to miss a wide-open Jordan Akins on a critical 4th and 1. So not a confrontational question, just along the lines of, hey, there was this. I mean...
Well, it was a big turning point in the game, I believe.
Yeah, you've got to... Oh, God, I've said it a billion times. I can't imagine anything worse than being in sports media where you got to just come up with these dumb questions for people who don't want to answer them because you got column inches to fill up. And it's just like, oh, man.
Well, I believe Deshaun Watson's answer was he was a decoy, so I wasn't going to throw him the ball, even though he was wide open. It's like, dude, if he's open.
You mean like a paper mache guy out there?
I mean, he was to draw a defender, but he didn't draw a defender. He was wide open, and it was a 4th and 1, and why not throw the ball that way? I think people's response to Deshaun Watson's, poor play and poor response to that question just has everybody in Cleveland that's still trying to cheer for the Browns pretty fed up.
I see, that he's just being dismissive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, this is the thing. Like, I don't know how, if you're an athlete, it's like the media's butting heads with the athletes. Athletes are butting heads. I don't know how anybody makes this thing work where you're asking questions. Hey, why didn't you do that? And they go, I don't know, because we didn't.
I think people want an honest response.
I understand,
they wanted
but like,
to say,
what is an honest response?
I missed that read. Like,
well,
because he didn't say that. People
even
want
if he
accountability
did,
and stuff like that.
I understand, but even if he did, then somebody's got to ask a follow-up question.
Right.
And then they're going to go, I just told you. I mean, I know you need longer answers because you're filling up pages, but I don't have a longer answer for you. We screwed up. Everybody's like, the athletes got to do their job. Reporters got to do their job. Oh, God, that must suck.
Mm-hmm.
You're just in there again. Let me ask this guy again. Why didn't you do that? And the guy is like, because we didn't. I don't know. I'm out there, and what do you want from me? Oh. Everybody's dragging Stone Cold Steve Austin because he said he doesn't believe in CTE.
Oh.
I mean, this is kind of where we are, by the way. This is like a little snapshot of kind of like the culture right now, where so many people equate science with something that they like treat like religion, where they're like, like religion, you can go, I don't believe in that, or I do believe in that. Science is not that. It's not a thing to believe in or not believe in. Well, here's the evidence for this, which religion does not have. So that is why that is an issue of faith. I believe in this because I want to, or I believe in this because... Stone Cold said if guys are getting... He doesn't believe in CTE because if you're getting hurt in the ring, it means you're doing something wrong. I guess he means you're falling the wrong way or you're...
So he doesn't believe in it for wrestling.
He goes, I'm not a CTE guy. I mean, listen, a long time ago, there was this guy named Chris Benoit.
Mm-hmm.
He was the heir to the Balls fortune, if I recall correctly. And he had got himself into professional wrestling, and he killed his wife and his kid, and he killed himself. This was probably almost 20 years ago, Chris Benoit. And they studied his brain. They chopped it up, I think. They wanted to know what was going on. And that was when they started Junior Seau and these other guys who would kill themselves. That's when they started talking about CTE. And it was mostly in football, but it was in wrestling too.
Has he even seen concussion?
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
He said, I got dropped on my head for a long time. I got concussed, but I didn't get too many concussions in pro wrestling. If you got a bunch of concussions, you're probably doing something wrong. I just don't believe in CTE, is what he said.
But a lot of people do stuff wrong in wrestling, and that's why they get like. That's like saying I don't believe in somebody tearing their ACL.
Well,
like
that's what people are trying to like. That was what people took away from it.
I think him not believing in CTE is proof
that it exists.
CTE exists. You're wearing braces on your knee for half your career. You retired because of injuries that you have. Were you doing
not
things
CT
wrong?
knee, Bill?
CT knee.
CTE. They should ask Stone Cold's ex-wives if they believe in CTE.
Hey.
That guy was always getting hauled in for domestic violence. Guy's been married like 5 times. Ask them. I bet they do. Hey, Allie.
Hi.
Hi.
You guys were talking about concussions. Have you guys watched the Aaron Hernandez show on Hulu yet?
No, I want to. I haven't
No,
seen it
did
yet.
that start already?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, it is so good. 'Cause he got a concussion in high school,
Yep.
and then he got another one in college.
And they think that damage to his brain is what led him to murder a guy.
To be gay.
Dude, I think he was crazy way before that.
Yeah, I think it's like a compounding assortment of things. But I watched the documentaries on it, and it's really sad. It's really, but it I get the fascination with it because it is unlike anything we've seen before.
Yeah.
All right, so Allie, you're giving it the 2 thumbs up.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. I really don't know much about. Thank you, Allie. I really don't know much about Aaron Hernandez other than he was with the Patriots and he killed a guy and he was trying to hide that he was gay.
And Pound Cake thought he was thug hot.
Right, thug hot. Yeah, he's probably watching this with his pants down.
Sure.
American Sports Story. You know, over there at FX, they do American Crime Story and they do American Sports Story with Aaron Hernandez. 10 episodes. Jesus. This is why British shows do it right. They do like 5 or 6 episodes. And they go, story told. Next. 10 episodes of Aaron Hernandez. I don't recognize one person in this cast.
Maybe that's the point. They don't want to distract you with fame.
Oh.
You need the facts.
But that's not
and
usually
Nicolas
the way they go with
Cage
these,
as
yeah.
Aaron Hernandez. That would be distracting.
That would be very distracting.
If he
He's
played Aaron
old and
Hernandez,
white.
yeah. Not even age appropriate. Jake Cannavale is in this. I bet you that's Bobby Cannavale's kid. Looks like him. So maybe it's just sons and daughters of more well-known people. A guy named Tony Yazbek is playing Urban Meyer. And he kind of looks like him. Now, fill in the gaps here for me. What does Urban Meyer have to do with the Aaron Hernandez story?
He was his coach in college.
He was?
Yeah.
That was before he went to Ohio State.
That was when he was with Florida.
Okay.
University of Florida, and he was on that team with Tim Tebow and a bunch of other guys that made it to the NFL.
Gotcha. Well, there you go.
And they won national championships.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to watch 10 episodes. That's 10 hours, Mary Lynn.
Yes.
That you will have to, you've got 10 free hours that you can devote.
I don't have any free hours.
If you don't vote for Trump, you're gay. If you don't vote for Trump, you're gay. If you don't vote for Trump, if you don't vote for Trump, if you don't vote for Trump, you're gay. Hey, so don't be gay, vote for Trump. Don't be gay, vote for Donald Trump. Oh, don't be gay, vote for Trump on election day. Hey, you homosexuals!
There you go.
That can't be true, right, Bill? I mean, because I'm
I mean,
not
it's in a
voting for
song.
Trump. I mean,
it's in a song, so I guess it's got to be true. It's in a song.
I hope it's not, because I'm going to have to. How is that going to change my life, though? Because I'm going to have to rework, at the very least, rework my schedule.
Well, the thing
but I'm
is,
going to have to.
You've
if
already not voted for him a bunch
Right.
of times. It's not like this is the magic time that turns you gay. You've been gay.
Oh, I've been. I mean, I. Okay. Oh no.
Yep.
So I've been gay for almost 10 years.
Yeah, dude, you got.
Well,
you
what
gotta
I've
face it.
been
Face
wasting
it.
all this time. Then I mean,
You homosexual!
oh God, wasting a lot of time. All right, Well, I don't know how I feel about that because I definitely don't feel gay.
You look gay.
Sound gay.
All right. All right.
You want to keep going?
Smell a little gay.
You can't smell me, Mary.
I
smell amazing.
You walk gay. Yeah, that's why you smell gay.
You know how I know you're gay?
How? How do you know I'm gay?
I walk gay? Is that what you sound?
Oh, yeah. You know I know you're gay? You just told me you're not sleeping with women anymore.
You know how I know that you're gay?
How? Because you're gay and you can tell who other gay people are?
You know how I know you're gay?
How?
You like Coldplay. You know how I know that you're gay?
How?
You like the movie Made in Manhattan.
You know I know you're gay?
How?
I saw you make a spinach dip in a loaf of sourdough bread once.
Oh, God, I do like Made in Manhattan. Does that... Oh, it's starting.
All signs point.
I guess so. Well, with all due respect to the gay community, I'm really bummed out because that's going to be that's really going to ruin my weekend. Now
Make it the best weekend of your entire life. You do it right. I mean, gay, when it comes down to it, it does mean happy.
It certainly does. You still owe me 3 Iroquois twists. All right, I'm going to take a break and reevaluate some things. I want to send a text, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Disney Plus Blockbuster offer. For a limited time, get 3 months of Disney Plus for just $1.99 a month.
The list of failed quarterbacks in Cleveland is long and growing. Well, this Sunday at the Cox Out pregame party from 3:30 to 5:30 at Lakewood Truck Park. You can add your name to that list when you try and toss your way.
Here's the throw.
To represent the Buzzard in Vegas at the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament. Get all the details at WMMS.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
You can use your phone at a doctor's office. You can use your phone at a football game. You can even use your phone at an amusement park. But one place you should never use your phone is behind the wheel. Fines now start at $150. So remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
Scott from the Cleveland area has coached girls basketball and supported his granddaughter's athletic pursuits.
My granddaughters have worked hard to excel in sports. It's tough enough. So the idea that Sherrod Brown voted to allow transgender biological men to compete in girls' sports, it's unfair and dangerous. And introducing a bill to allow biological men in girls' locker rooms? Biological men to shower in my granddaughter's locker room? No way. I worry about the safety of my family constantly. Now I have to worry about Sherrod Brown's crazy liberal ideas. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side, but he's way too liberal for me.
Sherrod Brown has let Ohio down. Now he's way too liberal for Ohio. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.senateleadershipfund.org.
It's that exciting time of the year when the stars come out at Ken Ganley Kia. The new 2025 Kia models have arrived with introductory savings. Plus, save thousands on select 2024 models. Buy with 0.9% financing for 4 full years. 0 down. Lease payments start from just $89. $89 lease per month. Like a 24 Forte. 24-month lease with $34.95 due at signing. 10K miles per year. No security deposit required. Got a trade? We want to pay it off, even if you owe more than it's worth. At Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer 0.9 APR, $21.22 per month per thousand financed on 24 Sportage plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF. Expires 9/30/24.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Your spark is all you need. And let's be real, you don't have time for smoke and mirrors anyway. So ditch all the pretentiousness and the lighter it rode in on with Blue. Blue e-cigs are available in a variety of satisfying flavors and nicotine strengths. Even better, it's odorless. When you're living unlit, you're comfortable being your true you. And no one will mistake ashtray for your signature scent. Blue. Get unlit. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. Blue is a trademark of Font Molding 4BV. Copyright 2022. Fontum US LLC.
After 31 years in Washington, just how much has Sherrod Brown changed? When he first wanted our vote, he said this.
My allegiance will be to Ohio and to the communities in Ohio.
To Ohio? Sherrod Brown voted for amnesty for 11 million illegal immigrants. And he voted to give them taxpayer-funded benefits, like free health care to illegals who get amnesty, Social Security checks, COVID relief checks, all to be paid for by you. And Sherrod Brown's open border policies have led to more fentanyl, dangerous gangs, even terrorists pouring into our country. So when Sherrod Brown says this,
my allegiance will be to Ohio and to the communities in Ohio.
Don't listen to what Sherrod Brown says. Watch what he does. Because Sherrod Brown doesn't vote for Ohio anymore. He's way too liberal for Ohio. American Crossroads paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. AmericanCrossroads.org.
John Legend here. How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at VaxAssist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer. Don't miss a minute of football on Sunday. Fox Sports Radio has you covered with Red Zone Radio on the free iHeart app.
This game was over.
Keep track of your team, your bets, and your fantasy players. Just open the free iHeart app, search Fox Sports Radio, and start listening.
iHeart Radio. Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Order like a champ at Raising Cane's. With tailgates of hand-battered chicken fingers and cane sauce and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade, you can guarantee victory for every game day meal. Raising Cane's Chicken Finger, one love. Order online or on our app.
KTM has come to Medina, and this Saturday is the 2024 KTM Open House event at Polaris KTM Medina. See the complete KTM lineup and once-a-year deals on all KTM motorcycles and Polaris ATVs and side-by-sides. The Polaris KTM Medina Open House this Saturday at 10 a.m.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for...
Get your free inspection today. Learn more at ohiobasementsystems.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Just die, you insufferable prick.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text? If you're listening to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that. I'd just like to know who's out there. Mary is in Wake Forest, North Carolina. Dan's bureau chief in Chicago. Willie is in Louisville, Kentucky. Steve's up in Hartford, Connecticut. John is in Jeffersonville, Indiana. April's in Moore Park, California. Alan, hey, Alan, exclamation point. Please ask Mary if she's going to catch Sturgill Simpson on tour.
No, I don't even know who that is.
Oh, really? I know who he is. He's pretty good.
I think I've heard that name.
This person's going to see him at the... I'm going to the Fox Theater in Detroit to see him. Is that a sketchy area? Yes, it is. Yes. Well, just keep your head in a swivel. Downtown Detroit can be a lot of fun. Sturgill Simpson, I feel like, is more of, he's more on the Wilco end of country.
More folky?
Yeah, I think so. I like him because he reminds me of like those old outlaw country guys, which is the style of country music that if I'm going to listen to any of it, and again, I hated it when I was a kid. It was like what my grandmother would listen to. I was just too young to appreciate it. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But I love all that stuff now. Sturgill Simpson is... I don't know that this is a guy that I would go see, but I mean, I like what I've heard of him.
Well, a good dog on the ground's worth 3 in the saddle, no matter where you're from. Been many good dog was a friend to a man, but Sam was the greatest one. He was a hound of hounds. He was the wonder of all walkers.
Song about his dog.
Obviously.
I mean, I guess you got to like kind of a Soggy Bottom Boys vibe.
Yeah, it's
but,
got a little bluegrass to it.
Yeah.
No, it's fun.
Yeah. He just dropped a new album in July. That is worth checking out. So anyway, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate that. With respect to the whole Diddy thing, everybody who was ever at a Diddy party has had to come out, and that was a lot of people, boy. Not just the freak-offs, but more likely your A-list celebrities are going to be at those white parties. And it really, really backfired when they like photoshopped some... Well, we talked about the right-wingers were trying to say that Kamala Harris was connected to Diddy. It was a picture of Montel Williams.
Right.
It wasn't even Diddy. Not that matters.
No, they don't care.
They don't care. But the point is that
they're still pushing the whole Haitians are eating pets thing.
That too. But there are more than enough photos of actual Trump back in the day at Diddy parties. Nevertheless, a lot of people went to those Diddy parties. So that's not even the flex that left-wingers might think it is. A lot of people were at those. So all of these people have had to come out and say one thing or the other. Now, you might remember an actor named Reginald Vell Johnson. Remember him? He was the dad on Family Matters. He was the cop in Die Hard.
In Die Harder.
He says Diddy's getting railroaded. He's the guy that's coming out.
Man, all you have to do is say nothing. Like, why are you the one that's standing up for Diddy?
Well, no, because TMZ catches he's on Dancing with the Stars right now.
Oh, okay.
So TMZ catches him walking out of rehearsal, and they go, hey, there's a black actor. Let's ask him about Diddy. And I guess I don't know if he came to Diddy's defense, but he was like, he's getting railroaded, blah, blah, blah. But aside from celebrities, J-Lo, she's sitting at home puckering because she's worried that, whatever. Anybody she dated the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But other organizations have to get in the mix too. Specifically, Costco, I guess, felt compelled to put out a statement denying that Diddy got his baby oil from them. Because he got so much that if you think, oh, well, how do you get something in bulk? People think Costco. Us plebes, we think, well, if we needed a lot of anything, we'd go to Costco. And Diddy's lawyer, I think, the reason Costco did this is because I think Diddy's lawyer was implying that Diddy bought a lot at Costco. Now, Costco is quick to point out, we don't even sell baby oil. None of the locations in the United States for Costco carry baby oil. I don't know why.
What do you got against babies?
I don't know
hey,
why.
Costco, how come you don't want babies to be oily?
That's
what I want to know.
They've got a pharmacy there. They've got all kinds of other baby products.
Ashy-ass babies going to Costco.
But I mean, if you're, because that's the little piece of information that was floating out there, is that when they raided Diddy's house, they found 1,000 bottles of lubricant, of baby oil and all, And so for these freak-off parties or whatever, now, if you're a guy as wealthy as he is, you don't have to go to Costco. You could order 1,000 of anything and have it shipped to your offices or whatever. But Costco, I guess, felt compelled to differ with Diddy's attorney's assessment of how things were going, saying that, nope, it's not us. Diddy did not get his baby oil at U.S. Costco locations. See, they would have been smart to have pivoted directly to the hot dog.
It would have been nice if they're going sounds like a Sam's Club purchase to me.
Right.
I mean, BJ's? Are we being honest?
Yeah, right?
So, yeah, the lawyer is trying to imply that maybe it was something beyond just ordering them in bulk.
But, back when I was a kid in the late 70s, they were called threesomes.
If these are genuinely threesomes, how do you explain 1,000 bottles of baby?
Wait, back when I was a kid, they were called threesomes? This lawyer was having threesomes as a kid in the 70s?
Yeah, he's just talking about it.
I was a kid in the 70s. I didn't know threesomes.
Well, you
I didn't even have two friends.
Okay, so then you answered your own question.
What?
Nobody wanted to threesome with you.
Oh, when I was a kid? You know why, Mary? Because I found out I'm gay. How do you feel about that?
They all knew.
Now this all comes to light because I'm not voting for Trump. According to that guy, I'm gay.
And a recovering Catholic. That's like the gayest.
There is no recovering from being Catholic. You just ignore it and move on with your life. Reach the age of reason.
Mm-hmm.
Baby oil.
I don't know where the number 1,000 came.
The U.S. attorney said it.
I can't imagine it's thousands. I mean, and I'm not really sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
They're essentially saying it's a lubricant for an orgy.
I guess. I don't know what you need 1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need.
Why? You can tell this guy's making something up.
His high register there. Oh, baby oil goes a long way.
He's like the ticket taker kid in The Simpsons. Hey, here's your popcorn, sir.
Here's your baby oil. Goes a long way.
1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need 1,000 for. I mean, he has a big house. He buys in bulk. I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home. I mean, have you sat in a parking lot of a Costco and see what people walk out of there with?
Not 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was. Let's just say it's a lot. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's just say it's a lot.
If that was my lawyer, I'd be so mad. I'd be like, guy, this is the best you got. I'd rather you not answer it.
Well, listen, it's like Trump, right? You run out of lawyers who are even willing to defend you. So you're not getting the cream of the crop. Now, again, I don't know who this guy is. He might be amazing. Maybe he just had a bad spot there on TMZ. But Mark Agnafilo is Diddy's attorney there in L.A. And Gesundheit.
Ew.
Reginald Vell Johnson The Diddy rumors are BS. Get a life, social media scumbags. That was what he said walking out of...
Hey, do you have any response to this bizarre story that's circulating about you and Diddy? Some guy named Loose Cannon told this story about you.
That's all bullshit. I don't know that man. I've met him before. I wish him well, though.
What's your message to those who are talking about it and actually think? What's your message to him, Loose Cannon?
Get a life.
Loose Cannon?
Is it
That's
Lou?
one of Nick's kids.
Lou S. Cannon?
Lou S. Cannon.
Yeah. And I like how TMZ pretends that, like, they just heard this weird thing. Hey, this bizarre story that I'm sure is not true, but you want to say something? Right. I mean... A rumor about Loose Cannon, L-U-C-E, a rapper named Loose Cannon, or comedian, sorry. You guys don't know the comedian Loose Cannon? No. Claimed that he stumbled into a freak-off party where Diddy and Reginald were doing something.
Did Cat Williams call out Diddy at all during his Club Shay Shay thing?
No, he did. I thought I saw a clip of him in the special where he's in the green suit talking about...
He looks like a leprechaun?
Yeah.
He's talking about... I don't know that he mentioned Diddy, but he was talking about Illuminati parties. Like you go to these Hollywood parties and you see stuff you're not supposed to see.
Yeah. And I think people were like, oh, he's talking about Diddy. And then there's clips of Diddy on Conan talk about his parties where he's having alcohol and water.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen, there's no over the past 25 years, there's no shortage of video clips of Diddy talking about his amazing parties. None of this is going, back into the bottle, but
they're all full of baby oil.
I do love the memes, though. People will send them to me. They're like, here's the cops trying to inspect Diddy's house, and they're all sliding down the steps.
Yeah,
it's so good. Everybody's telling me to check out Sturgill Simpson's version of In Bloom by Nirvana. Okay. Is that something we want to do? And Mary's a huge Nirvana fan.
Do whatever you want, Alan. Nothing matters.
Let me see here. You got a minute, Mary? Can you?
No.
Selling kids for food, where the changes move.
Nope, I don't like it.
I don't like that.
Yeah, Thank you for
the
the rec. I do not care for that.
That sounded like church music.
Why do I want a stripped down version of an amazing song like In Bloom? Did they even do In Bloom on their Unplugged? They probably had to. It was a huge song for them, but I don't want a stripped down version of that.
The only song I know for sure was on Unplugged was Where the Bad Folks Go When They Die.
Lake of Fire.
Don't go to heaven where angels fly. The Bit by a Dog with a Rabbit Tooth. I think we talked about that.
Bit by a Dog with a Rabbit Tooth, yes.
Yeah.
That's the Unplugged set is great, but Kurt Cobain's banter in between drives me crazy.
This is a David Bowie song.
Yeah, this is David Bowie song. This one you get from our first album. You probably haven't heard it.
No, In Bloom is not on MTV Unplugged in New York. I'm surprised they got them to do that. It seems like something that, of course, that was when Unplugged was like the place to go and do that stuff. Alice in Chains, another one of the famously best
This
Unplugged.
was like Tiny Desk before Tiny Desk.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just, I guess, still surprised that Nirvana agreed to do it. The Cure did it.
Well, T-Pain doing, again, if, being a platform, T-Pain doing Tiny Desk is when everyone found out that he could actually sing.
Could sing, yeah.
Yeah,
and everybody's like, why are you using auto-tune all this time? You're amazing.
Because it's fun.
This is the guy who's in love with a stripper?
Yeah.
Like, there's no way.
Right.
So, I mean.
No, it's Leper, Mary.
No.
He's in love with a leper.
He's not in love
did
with
they
a leper.
retcon it like Black Eyed Peas with Let's Get It Started?
Let's get it started in here.
It started.
Yep. What was the original lyric?
I can't remember.
Let's get downhearted.
Let's get downhearted in here.
Like IPAs.
Like BB King. Yeah. Let's get unparted in here. Muss your hair up.
Yeah,
Departed. Departed.
It
was a memorial song.
The title track from the film.
Mm-hmm. Let's get departed in here. And then they go, this doesn't really fit the vibe of this gritty cop thing. Do we have anything else? And then, of course, they went to Dropkick Murphys, shipping up to Boston. But before that, Mary's absolutely right.
Yep.
Let's get departed in here. DiCaprio was in the video.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of fun. Mark Wahlberg, the car guy.
Yeah.
He was in it too. Clapton Unplugged. Yeah, that was another big one. But somebody had to have done the first one. The very first Unplugged was Squeeze. The band Squeeze.
That's a soda.
And they had Aerosmith and Joe Walsh.
Should have been Bob Dylan. He'd be like, no more electric.
Dylan
baby.
went electric. And then have you seen the trailer for the Dylan movie with Timothée Chalamet?
Yeah.
Because he sings in it, and he sounds pretty good. Like I'm not a huge Dylan fan, but I mean, insofar as he nails the voice.
Isn't Bob Dylan the...
Yeah. But
so
I mean,
how hard could that be?
Well, because you try to do it and sound like Bob Dylan. I mean, you can go, but you're not going to sound like Bob Dylan. And he didn't start off sounding like that. So that's like the stereotypical parody version of him. But the Timothée Chalamet singing
got
the
more
songs
that way throughout his career.
Well, he got older,
What's one of his songs?
Like a Rolling Stone.
No, I don't know that one.
The movie is called A Complete Unknown, which is a line from Rolling Stone.
Pick a different Bob Dylan song.
Well, no, like you're not going to know the Hurricane.
What's his biggest one?
Like
is
a Rolling
he the American
Stone.
Pie guy?
No, that's Don McLean. You know, Like a Rolling Stone. Like a complete unknown. Hey, why you say do?
Once upon a time, you dressed so fine.
This is terrible. Does anybody like this?
Yes, a lot of people love Bob Dylan. Yes, it was very much of its time, but he was a
sounds fake.
singer-songwriter and folk artist.
This was getting ladies going.
Yeah. I remember Lay Lady Lay. That was the first, I don't know when that came out, but that was the Bob Dylan song.
What was the one from Watchmen? That's a good one.
Sounds like he's whining.
Subterranean Homesick Blues. I don't know which one is in
Hold
Watchmen.
on. Let me see.
Lay Lady Lay.
No.
Lay across my big brass bed.
I'm not laying anywhere near you.
Lay Lady Lay.
Lay across my big brass bed.
Oh, no!
Robert Zimmerman, his real name. This was a big deal, Mary, back in the day.
Gross.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was the age of folk artists, and it was a scandal when he started. Dylan Goes Electric was a sea change.
The times they are a changing.
The times they are a changing and blowing in the wind.
Yeah.
He originally did Knocking on Heaven's Door.
Oh, that's probably.
We play that terrible Guns N' Roses cover all the time.
Bang, 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 bang.
And Mr. Tambourine Man. Anyway, Timothée Chalamet sings the songs in the movie. They don't just dub Dylan in there, and it's not. Sounds like he did a pretty good job.
I don't know that I could be less interested in seeing about.
Well, no, you're not the audience for Bob Dylan.
I wasn't the audience for the Queen one.
Yeah, but you like Queen songs.
Yeah, that's my point.
Maybe you like the Traveling Wilburys. Maybe it's not Dylan by himself. Maybe you need Petty.
If he's the one singing, then no.
Hey! Maybe you need that. We're going to go.
Okay, bye.
Get the hell out of here. Well, do you want to tell people anything? Or?
Oh, it's not my turn. Bill goes first.
You can go. Bill,
go to BillSquire.com for my upcoming shows. I'm going to be at the Funny Stop coming up. I'm going to be down in Canton and down in Cambridge, Ohio, and Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
And BillSquire.com, yeah.
Mary Lynn?
Funny Stop also, October 18th and 19th. Hilarities, November 29th and 30th.
Okay, cool.
Okay, well.
All right, the show is on the iHeartRadio app. I'm on your socials at Alan Cox Show. Thank you to Phil Hanley. Good to catch up with him. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities, 5 shows, 7 o'clock tonight, 7 to 9:45 tomorrow, and Saturday. Hilarities.com. And we will be back tomorrow around 2 o'clock. And the Corey Roddick Experience, I believe, is next. Guardians off tonight. They will start up the last home series of the regular season tomorrow night, but you'll get Corey next. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think.